Hello, everybody. Welcome to the answer arcs of Higurashi no Nakokoro ni Higurashi no Nakokoro ni Kai. It's gonna be real exciting. This is one of my favorite arcs in the story. I've been looking forward to getting to it. But before we start, let's do a little bit of housekeeping for just a second. First of all, if you didn't know already and you've been watching this series, the creator of both Higurashi and Umineko, Mr. Ryukishi07, is the lead writer for the new Silent Hill game, Silent Hill F, which just dropped a trailer the other day. So you should check that out if you haven't already. Second of all, as with the previous stream where I had to do a little bit of housekeeping where I asked people to tone down the Keiichi Force Femme jokes for the sake of keeping chat palatable, I'm also going to similarly ask that we tone down the pregnant Oishi jokes that have been running a little rampant in the chat recently as well. That is probably best to steer away from in the future. Just because, yeah, it's a little, yeah. Anywho, other than that, I don't think that there's anything in particular that we have to get to. Yeah. So let's go ahead and get started. Meikashi, beloved cutthroat. Eye-opening chapter. Welcome to the world of Higurashi when they cry. We have finally reached the halfway point. From the viewpoint of the protagonist, try to find the truth behind the tragedy that unfolds. The difficulty is very high. It won't be easy to comprehend the motive of the perpetrator. And of course, as always, we are not going to be including console original choices. We are just going to show the content from the PC version. And as with last time, I have unfortunately foregone the OP that was included with this arc. Specifically, I think it was because in this one in particular, there was also just like some sort of spoilery visuals in the included OP that I didn't really want to come this soon, and also a lot of the visuals focus on like the advanced story cast that are not in the actual series, so it just seemed a little bit redundant. So yeah. She dropped her beads in the sand, so the girl cried. For 100 years, the girl searched the sands. They might be in the ocean, not the sand, so the girl cried. For 100 years, the girl searched the ocean. They might be in the mountains, not the ocean, so the girl cried. How many years will pass before the girl wonders if she really dropped them? Frederica Bernkastel. Seven keys were attached to the keychain. Without knowing which key was the correct one, I had to go by instinct and try every key, one by one. On average, I'd reach the correct key within 3.5 attempts. I'd be fortunate if I could open the lock within the first 3 keys. One second. Let me just drag this window over here. Okay, there we go. And I'd be unfortunate if I didn't. I had to think of the worst case scenario, getting the right key only on the very last attempt. I fought with my nervousness. My head ached from it. I put the key in and turned it. I just needed to repeat that small procedure several more times, but I couldn't stop shaking. Damn. Even a 3-year-old kid can do something this easy. So am I more childish than a 3-year-old? Whatever, I don't care if I'm clumsy. I just need to try all these keys. Even in the worst case scenario, the lock will open on the 7th try. No way. Reality isn't always the same as math. What happened was worse than my worst case scenario. None of the keys worked at all. I could feel the blood draining from my brain. Did I get the wrong set of keys? No, I definitely see a faint marking that says that this is set for this door. Am I just reading it wrong? Should I go back to the key cabinet to look for the right one? That would mean a great loss of time. Just by being here, I'm already risking so much. Something that could ruin everything might happen any moment. If If I can't open this lock, do I have to go back to the administration office? If there was no other choice, it'd be a waste of time to spend another second here. The administration office wouldn't necessarily be empty at this time. Somebody might come in. I won't be able to look for the right key if that happens. I stood up quickly as if electrified. I was almost in a panic, and so felt the urge to move. My instinct pushed me. I have to go back there as quickly as possible. It's dangerous to be here, and it's also dangerous if somebody comes into the administration office. I cooled my head, making it as chilly as possible, to repress my fear. Calm down, Shion. Mion wouldn't panic in this situation. Maybe I'm just mistaken. Why don't I try the keys? One more time. The next moment, I felt a faint vibration in the air. Somebody was walking somewhere in the hallway. If it were a normal situation, I would have known I wouldn't run into them, since the footsteps were very far away. But at the same time, I couldn't think calmly. Shit. Why am I panicking this much just because of footsteps? Calm down, calm down. I should be feeling excited instead. Calm down. I just need to do what I have to do. I should ignore the footsteps, because they're not an immediate threat. Pretend that they aren't there. I have to listen for something much more important right now. Shit. This key should be hard and cold, but it's pliable and hot. It feels like rubber. How could I stick this into the keyhole? Shit. It wasn't the key that was pliable. It's my fingers that were limp. Oh, shit. The key sprung out of my hand and fell to the floor. It shouldn't have made any sound, because it was so pliable, but it made a tremendous metal noise, as if somebody pushed over a cupboard. Cling! The sound almost stopped my heart. I felt dizzy for a while. I looked around afterwards to carefully see if I caused any disturbance to the surroundings. Calm down. Nothing's changed. I don't hear anything. So, am I safe? Calm down. Wait, I don't hear anything. What about those footsteps in the distance? Calm down. Are they looking for me after they notice the sound? Oh, shit. What is that sound I'm hearing? Is it my sweat dripping on the floor? Shut up! How could I hear the sound of my sweat? Calm down. Calm the fuck down! I have to clarify. This isn't a prison or a detention center. It's a private school. Not a normal one, though. It costs a fortune just to get in. It's a boarding school that provides education from elementary school to university. Being for girls only, rather than a school, you could say it's a factory that manufactures ladies. Some of my classmates here have never even used public transportation. Really, it isn't normal. To me, saying, "How nice to see you," instead of just, "Hi," is already insane. And calling the teachers sisters gives me the creeps. I hate the morning and evening prayers, to say nothing of the Sunday Mass. I don't want to memorize the Bible passages, and the Holy Ghost gives me a rash. If I stayed in this institution, that's what I call the place, for many years, I'd either go crazy or be brainwashed. Our Habaki Gaming with the $2. No, it's a prison. Yeah. Most of the girls choose to be brainwashed, but I can't do that. After all, I was more impressed by the political schemes and international trade behind religious propaganda than by the love of God which the Bible teaches. Because of that, I'd been treated as a problematic child from the beginning. I experienced lots of disadvantages as a result. I realized that quickly, so I superficially pretended to be normal. However, I got tired of acting, so I started to reveal my true self from time to time. I became a problematic child once again. People started to treat me differently once again. It's fun to misbehave, but it wouldn't do anything for me in the long run. So why did I act that way? Why, even though I knew it was going to backfire on me later on? After examining my emotions, I realized that I'd completely had it with my surroundings. I was afraid of being brainwashed in this institution. I can't live here. I won't let them brainwash me. 6 months ago, I decided to escape this place. The moment I made up my mind, I started to feel alive again. I acted ladylike in order to deceive the sisters. Pretending became fun once I'd set my goal. It gave me the creeps when they told me with smiles that it was God's influence that I started to behave religiously. I laughed at them behind their backs. I took on my classmates' duties in order to understand the layout of the school and the schedules of the staff and guards. I soon found out that the security of the school was immensely tight because there were many daughters of important people living here. The guards walked their beat randomly. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. The system that kept out intruders ironically also worked to prevent escapees. But that excited me instead. I simulated how to avoid all the surveillance in my head many times. I drew an escape route in the corner of my notes during class and tested if it worked. I strove to acquire any necessary skills for the escape. It was all fun. After all, the situation was cathartic for me. That's who I am. No matter how hard they tried to brainwash me, I'd never change. I'd been waiting for the moment of my escape, preparing physically and mentally. First, I needed the courage to escape. I had to be confident of the plan. I had to think deeply about it. I also needed skills and physical strength. I imagined all the possible obstacles and trained myself. It was funny because I was finally able to enjoy gym classes, even the long-distance runs. I needed a perfect plan as well as the physical strength and skills necessary to execute it. Also supported by those things, I needed determination. I made sure that I had all I needed and executed the plan. I decided to plant a seed in school before the appointed day. The seed was a rumor that one of the male teachers was having a relationship with a student. I won't go into the details now, but that can turn into an enormous problem in this school. The school is limited to girls precisely because their parents want to avoid those kinds of problems. Those parents are mostly important people from various positions. If the romance was a fact and leaked to the public, the principal would have to commit suicide in shame. In fact, even that might not be enough. In the world of girls, rumors can spread fast, especially when they're separated from boys and are obsessed with dirty thoughts. So this kind of rumor goes around really quickly. The sisters try to get rid of that kind of rumor, and they warn the students not to be swayed by it, but apparently they're the ones who are most swayed by those rumors. This means that I managed to make them furtively deal with something shady without contacting families or the authorities. So if I disappeared in these circumstances, it looked like I ran away with some teacher. All the male teachers would deny it, of course. However, the school wouldn't believe what they said so easily. After all, there's a dirty rumor going around. By the time the school finds out about my escape, after they eliminate all the other possibilities, I'll be somewhere safe. I tried hard to spread the rumor that I was involved in the forbidden romance as widely as possible. The sisters questioned me a few times, but since the romance was something I'd made up, they couldn't find anything. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find any evidence. After 3 months, I was certain that I created a solid foundation. I swapped after-dinner duties with my classmates so that I could adjust my schedule on this day. I was even able to fill them with suspicion about me by doing that. Now they'll definitely suspect I ran away with some male teacher. Tonight was the night. I began my chores after dinner. After lights out, somebody will find out about my disappearance. My generous roommate would probably wait about 10 minutes before she reported me to a sister, but no longer than that. I had about an hour, tops. But that's enough for me. I took a step off my regular route. That was the first step towards my great escape. I calmed down and thought, the key shouldn't be wrong. This lock is old and firm. Isn't it possible that I put the right one in, but the lock was just stiff, and I only thought I got the wrong one? I realized that my nervousness was making me clumsy. The gloves that I'm wearing to avoid leaving fingerprints must be getting in the way too. I should try the keys one more time. I picked the most probable one and gently inserted it into the keyhole. It's stiff. If I twist it too strongly, I might break the key. The moment I thought of giving up, I felt something in my fingertips. The key worked. I slowly opened the door. I could hear the crickets. I don't have to hesitate now. But somehow I'm reluctant to step outside. I can still make excuses up to this point. It might look awkward, but I still can. But if I take a step outside now, there can be no excuse. If the guards find me, they'll take me to the office immediately. There have been escape attempts before. That's not really so strange. I don't think I'm the only heathen here. It's understandable that there have been people before who couldn't fit into this place. So the school is well aware of the possibility of escapees. I've heard rumors about what happened to those who were caught while attempting to escape. I don't want to believe any of those stories, though. You see, all the school's horror stories involve students who attempted escapes. Whatever. Bring it on. I'm not expecting to get a second chance anyway. There'll always be only one chance. Things get serious beyond this door. I psyched myself up and pushed the door open. A strong smell was hanging in the air. Is that normal for the outside? I'd never smelled this strong, grassy smell before. Is there something going on? Do I have to be wary of it? Should I go back and wait for another chance? That's silly. There's nothing strange going on. This smell is something I smell every day. I just wasn't aware of it. It's true, isn't it? Even though I pretend to be cool, I'm nothing but a nervous wreck. Calm down. Calm down, Shion. I can rely on the map inside my head from this point onward. I'd researched the locations of all the surveillance cameras. I'm confident that I'll be able to avoid all of them. But I'm not sure about the guards. They pick their patrol routes randomly, after all. I have to take a chance. I can hide myself in most places, but there's an area where there's nowhere to hide for several meters. I concentrated to keep my senses keen. Well, I have to depend on my luck in the end. Even if I do my best, the guard might find me by mere chance. On the contrary, I might be able to get away no matter how unwisely I choose to move if I'm lucky. Damn, after all that effort, it boils down to just luck? This is a gamble after all. When I realized that, I got excited. Yes, this is a gamble. I'm trying my luck. This is a game to test the determination to change my life. If somebody failed to escape from this school, that meant they didn't have enough luck to survive in the real world. But I'm different. I'm going to get out of here. I'm testing my luck. Here goes, Shion! I ignored the noisy bugs and concentrated only on suspicious sounds. I heard no threats. The loudest sound wasn't the bugs, it was my own heartbeat. Crunch. Even my own footsteps were so loud they could break my eardrums. With each and every step, my overactive imagination tormented me with premonitions of unexpected run-ins with guards. Countless times that torture grew too hard to bear, and I thought of running. But if I broke into a run, the noise I made would only draw suspicion. If only anyone heard running at a time and place where people shouldn't be, they would realize something abnormal was happening. But if the footsteps they heard were just walking, then they'd likely think nothing of it. Of course, I don't plan on even letting them hear those footsteps. I tried to extend my senses to get as much information as possible. I didn't sense anyone's presence. I might have felt safer if I heard a guard in the distance. I'm worried that my senses might not be keen enough to detect everything. Somebody might just be right behind me, without me being aware of it. I didn't want to make any noise, so I stopped from time to time. It's like I'm constantly fidgeting. To stop or to run. Something within me urged me to choose from either one. I can't choose to stop. I have to keep going quickly and stealthily. I'm already risking so much just by being here. Running, of course, would be absurd. I know that. The urge to run continued to bug me. My head was filled with those thoughts as I went through this dangerous territory. I succeed in passing through without running into anybody. I couldn't help but sit for a moment and exhale the rotten air from my lungs. My negative thoughts vanished quickly. Just a little more to go. Just a little more. Just through that bush over there is the fence that separates this place and the outside world. Once again, I strongly felt the urge to run. I suppressed that desire and carefully tackled the final step. The beautiful-looking fence didn't seem designed to prevent escapes. While I was worried that somebody might see me climbing up the fence, it fortunately didn't happen. It's even possible that this fence might have a touch sensor. It's too late now. It doesn't mean anything now since I'm already climbing up. From the top, the fence seemed about 7 feet high. I have to go down carefully, just like when I climbed up. I knew that logically, but I couldn't think that way anymore. I chose to jump off with no hesitation. Of course, I regretted my decision during the fall. I got scared because the flight was longer than I expected. I didn't land beautifully, I fell on my butt. But there was nobody around to laugh, and I didn't have time to be embarrassed. I looked around to see if anybody heard my landing. Even the crickets weren't interested in the sound I made. I felt relieved. I looked at my watch. 5 minutes till 8 p.m. It was just a 15-minute escape. Putting a number to it really made it obvious how short it had been. Looking back, most of the time I was just asking myself questions and hesitating. I guess I worried too much. But I can't be too relaxed just yet. There's no guarantee that I fooled all of the cameras. This place isn't a bank. There won't be a fire alarm going off, even if the guards did see me. It's possible that they're rushing this way right now. I can't enjoy the air of freedom yet. I hid myself in the darkness and waited. There's still time left until the rendezvous. I watched the school premises while waiting, but it looked like nothing strange was going on. The building was lit up, and the beautiful Western-style architecture made it hard to believe that it was a school. It should be armed with electrifying wires, searchlights, and guard dogs like the prison it is. I thought I'd experience a surge of school memories in a situation like this, but it didn't happen. That sort of thing only happens when you have good memories. I have no good memories of this school, so there's nothing to remember. But if I could pick a series of images to recall, it'd be the luxurious dinners we had every night. So my memories would be nothing but international cuisine, Japanese, Chinese, French, and so on. What the hell? That's just too funny. I burst into laughter. At that point, I heard a car approaching. I crouched in the darkness. The plate number is the same as I was expecting. That's the car. I jumped out and rushed to the passenger side, then opened the door and got in.
Nice to see you, Shion-san.
The driver was a man of early old age. He'd be angry if he heard me say that, though. He thinks he's still middle-aged. He looks at my face and learns that I succeeded. He smiled. Ah, the air feels so fresh. I want to eat a burger for a start.
I heard they serve excellent food in the school, but I suppose you were served nothing but gruel, huh?
No way, dumbass. I was just kidding. Step on the gas if you have time to laugh at me.
As you wish.
Kasai really did laugh out loud. After telling me to buckle up, he accelerated. The cathedral-like school disappeared from the mirror in an instant. It disappeared so quick that I didn't have time for a surge of dinner memories. Goodbye, my lovely school days. I'm gonna fill my stomach with junk food from now on. I'll forever be free from the table manners you taught me. Serves you right. As we drove, the scenery began to change. Soon we were surrounded by vast fields of crops and few streetlights. It reminded me that this was just the countryside of Japan, not Europe.
You hungry? Would you like me to stop somewhere to eat?
That's okay, I already ate. I lied. I'm actually a bit hungry. I didn't eat much at dinner to avoid slowing myself down with a full stomach. I appreciated Kasai's offer, but I didn't feel like taking the time to eat while we were still in enemy territory.
It's late, so you'll only find vending machines at the highway rest stops. Oh, I've heard there are hamburger and Odin vending machines nowadays.
Huh? What the hell? Will that dispense a cup and the ingredients like a coffee vending machine? That's gross.
I don't think it's like that. It usually comes in a can.
Sorry. I can't stand canned food.
Still? I thought you might have grown out of it.
I haven't because I can't. Shut up. Why are you laughing? Kasai chuckled. He must have been trying to help me relax. He isn't usually so talkative. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna get some sleep. How do I recline this?
Look for the lever on the lower left part of the seat. Can you find it?
Oh, here it is. Here I go. Kasai laughed again. Did I do something funny?
No, it's just the way you talk sounded like Mion-san.
Well, obviously. Mion and I are identical twins. We're perfect copies of each other. When I react to something, so will Mion. When Mion reacts to something in a certain situation, I'll react the same way. How is Sis?
I believe she's fine. I'll only see her when I bring your father to the family councils.
That's right. She doesn't live in her parents' home anymore. She's living with Grandma in Hinamizawa now, isn't she?
She moved into the main house around the same time you started going to that school.
I responded with disinterest, even though I was the one to ask about her in the first place. The main house is where Oryo, the current leader of the Sonozaki family, lives. That's my grandma, who I call a hag. But when we use the phrase the main house, that usually means more than just a dwelling. What Kasei refers to is the same thing. Did she change?
You mean Mion-san?
Yeah. I think she has to have changed if she's living so closely with Grandma. Kasei chuckled yet again. He knows I hate my grandma.
I haven't noticed any changes. She's still the Mion-san you know.
What about me? Did I change?
No. Not at all.
Kasei responded quickly with a smirk. I haven't seen him for a while, though. It's not fun if he answers this quickly. I glared at him, and then he burst out laughing.
You haven't changed at all. That's admirable, since you've been in such a strict school for so long.
Damn it. Laugh as much as you want. I'm going to sleep.
That's a blanket. There's a blanket in the back. Please make use of it.
Thanks. I grabbed the blanket and rolled up in it. I'm exhausted, but I can't go to sleep. It's strange. Or maybe not. I must be tired from the escape. It's just that I'm still feeling tense, so I have to declare it once again, if only to calm myself. I'm sleeping! I totally am!
All right, it's the third time you said that. Do I have to give you permission to sleep?
You're talking too much. I can't go to sleep if you don't quiet down.
I apologize, Princess. I'll keep quiet now.
This interaction with Kasei reminded me of the old peaceful days in Okonomiya. Well, I don't really know if I can call those days peaceful. We were in the middle of the dam protests back then, after all. We all united together, and now that I think about it, we pulled a lot of pretty dangerous stunts. If the authorities ever find out what I did, I'd never escape going to juvie. Well, at least half the people in Hinamizawa would be off to prison. We didn't think of them as criminal acts, though. It was a war. It might also have been a festival where every person in Hinamizawa joined together in protest. It was a struggle, but it was also fun. It was fun to throw stones at the riot police with everybody. We hid ourselves in somebody's home when they chased after us. We'd even go to crowd around the police station, demanding the release of our arrested comrades. When we snuck into the construction site and sabotaged it, it felt more like we were playing at war than conducting one. I got so excited back then. I felt united with my fellow members, even though they were strangers to me, and that memory warms my heart. Yes, the way it felt back then was like helping everyone to carry a sacred palanquin through the village, getting all sweaty and exhausted together. Until we all collapsed face first on the ground and shared our excitement and cheers with unfamiliar faces over tea. I was just a kid back then. I remember accompanying young men who worked for my dad out to the village to do various bad things. I was arrested a few times. It didn't feel any different, though, than when I was called to the teacher's office for forgetting my homework. The other villagers were furious about the dam project, but for those of us who were kids at the time, it's a pretty fun memory. All that came to a sudden end a few years ago. It wasn't only the power of protest that ended the dam construction project. The Sonozaki family and my dad's organization had worked secretly in the shadows. This is top secret information in the Sonozaki family, but it's said they may or may not have kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson in order to blackmail him. The grandson was found a few days after the abduction. He was found in the mountains of Yagochi. He didn't simply disappear, and he wasn't demoned away. That means some kind of deal was made secretly. A year after that, the dam construction plan was halted indefinitely. The police suspected the villagers' involvement and investigated, but they couldn't find any leads. The villagers never betrayed each other. They'd do anything to protect their fellow man. They fabricated fake alibis and fake evidence. It was easy to deceive the police. Gah. The car suddenly shook, snapping me out of it. It must have run over a bump or something. I suddenly realized my expression was a very happy one for some reason. I must be looking forward to going home.
Shion-san, are you awake?
What is it?
Would you like me to take you to your house in Okonomiya?
Where else would you be taking me? I answered straightforwardly with a frown. Kasai then also chose to reply straightforwardly.
It was the family head who decided on your enrollment in St. Lucia, and you ran away from there. You do understand the situation you're in.
The school Grandma chose didn't fit me, that's all.
Shion-san.
I know. Shut up. As the head of the Sonozaki family, the hag's decisions are absolute. They're nothing like, say, the 3-second rule. Worse, the decision to confine me to an academy far away from the Sonozaki family was made before I was even born. Shion was the name that they gave me. My sister, Mion, has a character that means demon in her name. That was to signify that she's the successor of demons. Indigo with the 5 pounds, St. Lucia sweep. I don't know that I would give them that much credit, but... In other words, she would be the successor to the Sonozaki family in its demonic bloodline. My name, Shion, has a character that means temple in it. This means that I was destined to take the veil and be confined in a temple. Thinking of that reminds me of how much I hate this name of mine. For starters, the person known as Shion is an abominable being to the Sonozaki family, because it meant the family had 2 heirs. I don't have to cite the countless historical examples to explain. It's easy to imagine how this could prove troublesome for succession. According to our long-held family traditions, one of the twins was to be strangled to death right after birth. Unbelievable, isn't it? What that means is that I have to be grateful just to be alive and breathing to this day. I heard the hag actually put her hands around my neck right after I was born. I don't know what exchange took place in that moment. Maybe some brave relative of mine managed to get her to stop. Or maybe she was in an extremely good mood that day. Then don't try to strangle me. We're twins. There are no apparent differences between us. But the first one out of my mom's stomach was named Mion, and the second one drew the short straw and got named Shion. Everyone else was desperate to tell us apart, but we sisters just found that awfully ridiculous. There wasn't any difference between us. No one could tell us apart, even if we only swapped hats. We wondered why all the grown-ups were trying to see the differences. Well, our fun as twins didn't last forever. One day they created an undeniable, clear distinction between Mion and Shion. Mion went to the main Sonozaki house to live with the hag and to learn how to become the successor, and I was to be confined at St. Lucia's. I have no objections to Sis's inheritance. I used to be jealous, but now I feel that I have to learn about I feel that having to learn about and follow the traditions would just make me tired. I even feel sorry for Mion. so I'm not going to be a threat to the family even if I'm back in Okonomiya. But the hag doesn't seem to think that way. She thinks of me as some kind of evil omen. That's why she wanted to keep me away from her. That doesn't matter to me. I don't want to see her face either. I don't care if she doesn't allow me to enter Hinamizawa. She can charge me 10,000 yen per step I take there. But I want her to let me live in Okonomiya where I grew up. When I was little, I was in Hinamizawa, but I don't remember it much, and I'm not very attached to it. I do have very good memories of my elementary school days in Okonomiya. The town isn't very sophisticated, but I kind of like it there.
If you go back to Okonomiya, somebody from the family will notice you. And then they'll report you to the main house.
Are you worried the grandma will hear about me? That might be a problem.
I hope you understand the situation.
What, Kasai? Are you telling me to go back to that awful place?
No, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is...
You want to know whether I'm prepared or not?
I just hope you understand what might happen.
Well, I know what you mean. You'll be held responsible for helping me escape if things go bad, right? You should caress your pinky finger while you can, Kasai, before they take it away from you.
You should look forward to being rolled up in a futon mat and thrown into the Onigafuji swamp in that case. Maybe they'll send you to the torture room in the garden.
I heard there's a big torture room in the main Sonozaki house. I've never seen it, though. I heard they used to torture and kill the enemies of the village in there. It's just awful, really. I hope I don't end up as a victim of that place. Okay. Everything's going to be alright.
You really resemble your mother. In the way that you take chances, I mean.
That's normal. She's my mom. My dad and mom will be furious if they find out about my escape. I'm more afraid of them than of the hag. I don't want to go into details, but my dad is part of the Yakuza. He's in charge of the organization which covers the Shishibone area. He's in a very important position. So is Kasai here. He's an old friend of Dad who really trusts him. I don't know if this is true, but I heard Kasai used to be very aggressive, though he's gentle now. I also heard he has a ton of scars. He was in charge of a few large areas, but after he was injured badly in a fight, he retired. Now he's my dad's consultant, aka drinking buddy. He was my caretaker in my childhood, and now I feel like he's my butler. At first I thought my dad asked him to supervise me, so I hated him, but in time I started to feel like he was on my side. This is just a hunch, but I think Kasai used to be in love with my mom. My dad, mom, and Kasai were in a love triangle. Then my dad took the lead in the end. Kasai couldn't leave my mom entirely, so he stayed around as my dad's friend. I can tell that, from the way he acts, he's seeing my mom in me. That's why he says I look like my mom every now and then. It kinda gave me the creeps at first, but he isn't a bad guy at all. He's actually pretty funny. I only found that out after I got used to him. So when I thought about escaping, I naturally turned to him. I contacted him in an early stage of my plan and arranged to meet him today. You could call him a conspirator. It's not surprising he's worried about my return to Okonomiya. Considering the rules and traditions, cutting off his pinky finger isn't too far from reality. I might be rolled up in a futon mat and thrown into the swamp for real too. Even so, there's only one place for me to return. I'm going to Okonomiya and nowhere else. That's my hometown. This might be a kind of homesickness, but I don't care what it looks like.
So, what are you gonna do? The Sonozaki family is everywhere.
Well, I'll lay low for now. If somebody sees me, I'll tell them I'm Mion.
Then what?
Then, after things calm down a little bit, I'll start talking to my closest relatives. I know they'll be on my side. I know some people who covered for me when I had a fight with my dad once.
I see. You're trying to create a fait accompli, so... Is that how you say that? I don't know. So that the Sonozaki main house will have to accept you later on? I hope that works.
It will. There are many people who were opposed to the idea of me enrolling in that school. That decision was obviously made because of the hag's hatred toward me. Don't you agree, Kasai?
Well, yes. I thought that decision was excessive.
She couldn't make the right decision because she was suffering from menopause. All the fuss surrounding the dam protests drove her nuts. Kasai smiled. I couldn't go to sleep after all, even though I was rolled up in a blanket. Even though I told Kasai to shut up, I kept talking to him. In time, I got tired of talking. As I could feel the car run smoothly on the highway, Kasai spoke to me again.
Shion-san, look.
I was so tired that I ignored him. I wondered what he wanted me to look at, but I wasn't that interested. Yet I opened my eyes slightly and I saw a sign quickly pass by. Kasai probably wanted me to see that sign. It had an illustration of azaleas around the letters that said, "Welcome to Shishibone City. My hometown's coming right up." one of two very iconic themes in Higurashi introduced here. This is a song called Thanks. Oh, it gets me. And yeah, this is a track by Dai, of course. Who is contributing music to the series for the first time in this chapter. Very iconic. You can definitely tell the budget upped in the answer arcs because, you know, obviously the question arcs performed well enough to get, you know, a decent amount of money. Anywho, the Notebook's beginning. June 1982. Oh, let's see. Let's put a filter on this.
Satoshi Hojo disappeared several days after the Watanagashi festival. There were three possible reasons for his disappearance. One possibility was that it was an accident. Dead bodies sometimes end up in irrigation channels a few months after hit-and-run incidents. But since the police did a thorough search of the area and hadn't found his body, this possibility seems small. The second possibility is a self-motivated disappearance. Satoshi couldn't have been living in dire circumstances. His close friends actually heard him imply he might run away. The police thought he skipped town after killing his aunt. That seemed plausible considering that aspect. But the police arrested another person for the murder, so this hypothesis must also be considered false. The last possibility is that he was involved in the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. It's also called the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. He fell victim to it and disappeared. Unless Oyashiro-sama's occult power is actually verified, this curse must be the act of humans. It's only natural to assume that Satoshi-kun was made to disappear by someone's will. So the question is, whose? The possibilities are quite limited. The culprit is either a member of the Sonozaki family, a member of the three families, or one of their many relatives. The police can assume that easily. I need to think beyond that. Who did it? How did it happen? And why did it have to be done? Why did Satoshi-kun fall victim? What was the motive? Who gave out that order? Who actually did it? The mastermind, the culprit, and the truth. All are in the reach of my grasp. Maybe I'll find them right behind my back. But even so, I can't reach everywhere. There are parts of my back I have to make an effort to reach, clenching my teeth and cracking my joints so that the tips of my fingers can barely touch them. The truth is hidden in places like those. I'm writing this because I need to organize my thoughts and memories. Nobody will read it other than myself. But if somebody does, that means that either I threw these notes away because I no longer needed them, or I fell victim to the curse of Oyashiro-sama in the middle of my attempt to solve the mystery. If it was the former, that's okay. But if it was the latter, please, I want you to help me. Please help this powerless young girl.
Dear oh dear. AD 1982. So yeah, we are not quite there yet. The fourth year of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, 1 year prior to Keiichi Maebara's transfer. I didn't hear a wake-up chime. I'm not in school anymore. My brain is half asleep, and I'm aware of that. Waking up at the same time, as the chime would go off at school, doesn't feel good. I can't go back to sleep after this. Still, I'm not going to live a torturous school life anymore. I can make today, oh my god. I made fun of myself and then I said it twice. I can make today either happy or boring, it's up to me. Yay, that's really positive. I feel like I'm alive for the first time in a while. I didn't have any other clothes, so I was still wearing the school track uniform. It's supposed to have been designed by some famous Italian person, but it just looks plain to me. It really doesn't feel great to still be in clothes from that school. I want to enjoy my freedom as soon as possible. I especially don't want to walk around outside wearing it. I should have Kasai bring me some new clothes later. And I should think of redecorating this room. After all, this is going to be my castle from now on. This is a room in a gorgeous apartment building in the suburbs of Okinomiya. The property is one a realtor in my dad's conglomerate obtained after foreclosure due to some sort of dispute. Most of the residents moved out during that, so while there are plenty of rooms, it's a lonely complex that feels devoid of people. Plus, with the exception of the manager and a scant one or two others, all the residents are shady-looking people connected to my dad. It probably won't be much longer before the virtuous residents are driven out. The apartment I'm living in used to be the room they'd used for viewings, so it looks like a room in a business hotel. It's fully furnished, but lacking in daily necessities. I'll buy those things over time, though. It's better that way, anyway. It'll make it feel more like my own room. I nodded to myself. It might have looked stupid, but it helped psych me up. At the school, there was only a TV in the common room, and we weren't allowed to watch any cable channels. I zapped through all those channels as a form of emancipation. It was early in the morning, so nothing interesting was on, but I enjoyed it anyway. Commercials are fun to watch. Kasai dropped by with lunch right when I started to feel hungry.
Good morning, Shion-san. Did you sleep well last night?
Sleeping on the couch was a bit too uncomfortable. As a Japanese person, I want to sleep in a futon on the floor. This pickled radish is good.
That's good to hear. Please let me know what you need later on, and I'll try to get as much as I can.
Thanks. Oh, but you don't need to worry so much about me. I chose this life for myself anyway. And your wallet wouldn't last long if I started extorting you, right? I have to be serious about my plan. I can't let myself take advantage of Kasai's wallet forever. I think I'm gonna start a part-time job. I have to earn my own living. This is the life I chose, so naturally I have to take care of it myself.
That's reassuring to hear, but are you sure? If you go outside, eventually someone in the family will discover you.
And I gave that a little thought. Which is why I'll need Mion's help. Kasai, would you mind calling the main house for me? When Mion answers, pass me the receiver.
Well, whatever you say. What could be your plan?
Kasai dialed the number. It's funny to me that we're calling the main house, even though that's the place I most want to avoid at the moment.
Hello?
Good morning. Is this Mion-san? It's been a while. This is Kasai. Yes. Good morning. Could you hold on for a moment? I'm letting someone else on the phone.
I take the handset. Hello? Can you tell who this is?
That voice! But that can't be true! Shion's dorm doesn't allow private calls. You can't be her!
Yeah, they forbid outside calls at the academy, but you're talking to me right now. Even my dim-witted older sister should understand what that means.
Did you sneak out of the school? How?
That's not important. I really missed you, sis.
Shion.
That was as far as I could take it, and Mion had her limit too. We both burst into laughter, unable to keep up our act. It's been a while since we laughed out loud with each other like this.
It's been forever, Shion. Seriously, what's happened with you?
There's not much else to it. I haven't lied or anything.
Wait, then you really ran away? Great job.
The security wasn't tight enough to keep me locked up in there.
Maybe the school should be grateful you escaped quietly. If you were serious, it'd be easier for you to blow the whole building up to make your escape.
Well, I couldn't have done that. But I might have set it on fire. Kasai smiled at us in amazement, his face a blend of amusement and exasperation. Is it okay to talk to you now?
It's alright. Granny's out for a lesson. She's coming home later in the evening.
That's good. We should get together and talk soon. Just over the phone for today, though.
Okay.
Did anybody report my escape to our grandmother?
Nope. We've heard nothing. I pass along all the calls and guests for the May family now, so no news reaches Granny without going through me. I'm sure she doesn't know.
Wow. That's awesome. You really sound like the next leader of the Sonozaki family.
You know I don't like that. You should have taken my place.
You're the one with the demon, aren't you? Well, keep giving it your all. I'll be rooting for you from the shadows. Anyway, that's not important now.
You sound so indifferent. Well, that's okay, I guess.
If you hear anything about me, give Kasai a call, okay? I'd like to give you my number here, but I'll keep it a secret for the time being. Sorry.
Alright. If Granny hears you fled from the school, there'll be all kinds of trouble. I'll be on the lookout for now, and I'll let Kasai know if something happens.
Thanks. I also have a favor to ask.
I figured you would. Oh, money is out of the question, okay?
I never thought I could pester you for money. I just want to ask you for a little help with my part-time job.
I see. So that's it then. What exactly do you need?
We can communicate fast in a situation like this. We don't have to get into details because we know what's on each other's minds. Uncle Yoshiro is on my side, isn't he? I'm gonna try and see if I can get a part-time job at one of the businesses he owns. Then I'll call you when I know my shift.
So I just have to disappear while you're working, right? That's a little taxing.
What are you saying, sis? Are you turning down your only sister's request? Seriously?
Alright, I'll do it. I wouldn't want you to see how you'd retaliate if I turned you down.
Thanks. I'll buy you a cake from, Slanke Bertha's. Sorry, I had to turn away for a second. I'll throw in tons of pretty tarts, too.
Sion? Slanke Bertha closed last fall.
Huh? Oh. Is that so?
Yeah. Owner had a stroke. He reopened the store once, but he got sick again. So he had to shut it down.
I see. That's a shame. Won't be able to eat their Mont Blanc cakes to my heart's content anymore. I was disappointed that my favorite cake shop had closed down, but more so that this town had changed without my knowing while I was gone. It was kind of regrettable. Are there any other changes I don't know about?
Yeah, there are some. I'll tell you when we meet up next time.
Thanks. I'll tell you about my school life. Let's set a date. I'll call you.
Alright, I'll see you then.
Mion,
What is it?
how are you?
I'm fine.
Glad to hear that. I'm hanging up now.
Okay, see ya.
It's really been a while since I last talked to her. I put down the phone and heaved a sigh as Kasai brought in some tea.
So, how did it go?
Do you remember Uncle Yoshiro who was in favor of me staying? I'll talk to him about my escape and ask him if he can hire me to work at one of his stores.
Are you sure? Some other relative might find out.
That's why I asked Sis a favor. I'll contact her when my shift is set, and she'll disappear while I'm working. Do you get the picture? Kasai looked puzzled. It's not really that difficult to grasp. It's simple. If somebody finds me at work, I'll tell them I'm Mion. Do you get it now? Normal people wouldn't buy this kind of plan, but Kasai knows too well how easy it is for me and my sis to trade places.
That's audacious. Or shrewd, I should say. I'm impressed.
Is that a compliment, Kasai? Kasai looked amazed. If things go south, it'll affect him, too. Considering the rules of my dad's profession, he won't be able to get away with just a mere apology. That's why he doesn't want me to do anything too risky. I think I have to make it up to him since he helped me escape even knowing that risk.
Alright, no problem. If I find somebody talking bad about you, I'll beat them up.
Thank you so much. I knew I could rely on you, Uncle Yoshiro. Uncle Yoshiro pounded his chest with his fist after offering me his assurance. He seemed glad that I turned to him first.
I'd be happy to help. Since I'm so impressed that you're trying to support yourself, if you're here for money, I'd turn you into your grandmother right away.
What? You're scaring me, Uncle! I knew he was reliable. He understood my situation straight away and promised to help. Manager, here's the shift chart. I'll put it here. One of the store clerks spread out a work schedule. There are many things I'm unfamiliar with written on it.
So, how much can you work?
That depends on our respective schedules. I hope I can get in when I want to.
Hey, that sounds a little irresponsible. But I know you're in a difficult situation.
I'm depending on Mion for my work. Our schedules have to match. Of course, Uncle Yoshiro understood that. But I also knew he couldn't afford a selfish part-timer who only works when she wants to. In the end, he decided to hire me as an office helper, not an official worker. As a temp, I wouldn't have a work schedule. My uncle also decided to pay me out of his own pocket. It's fine as long as I can make enough to support myself.
Sure. I expect to get what I'm paying for, okay? And don't call me uncle in the office either.
Alright, manager. Thanks for hiring me.
Good, you get it.
Once all the business talk was over, my uncle hounded me with all kinds of questions. He asked me things like, what was it like in a prestigious girls' boarding school? And so on. Apparently, there were all kinds of rumors going around about the St. Lucia Academy I was confined to, and everyone was curious about it. I added a few embellishments of my own as I explained how unordinary life at that school was. My uncle looked extremely delighted to hear all the little details about life in a secret garden for girls. Horny bastard. Once my uncle was satisfied, it was my turn to ask all kinds of questions. I wanted to know if anything peculiar had happened while I was gone. I won't be able to act like Mion unless I can fill in the gap of information left in the past 2 years.
There haven't been many big changes. It's been quiet since the end of the dam conflict.
I went to the academy only a bit after they froze the project. There was still a bit of tension then.
Even after they shut down construction, things were still tense because the project wasn't entirely cancelled. But the Onigafuchi Guardians disbanded about a year later. There was a big ceremony held at the shrine. That's when the dam conflict officially ended.
That's right after I was imprisoned. Is everybody slacking now that the conflict is over?
Well, I guess you had fun playing a war back then during the dam protests, didn't you? Try to imagine how much suffering the adults went through every time they had to come pick up their kids from the police station.
Well, I can't deny that. It was like a festival for us. Uncle Yoshiro seemed exasperated at how differently kids and adults treated the conflict. Oh, yeah, there was that dismemberment murder, wasn't there? The one where that fucking jerk of a construction manager got split into pieces? They still haven't caught the culprit behind that, have they? Did they finally catch him?
Come to think of it, I don't think they've caught him yet, no.
It happened on the night of Watanagashi, didn't it? I remember everyone trying to making a fuss about it being Oyashiro-sama's curse. That was pretty scary for us kids.
Yeah. Oyashiro-sama's curse. That happened the year after, too.
That's right. That was scary too, wasn't it? Who was it again? That guy who supported the dam died in an accident, right? Hojo, wasn't it? And it happened on the day of Watanagashi once again. Everyone went crazy, saying it had to be a curse. That was horrifying. Definitely. The construction manager that everyone hated was killed and dismembered on the night of the Watanagashi festival. That incident on its own was more than intense enough for us kids. Worse, part of his body was never found, which made it almost a ghost story amongst us. We seriously believed that the severed right arm was roaming in search of the body it belonged to. It didn't take long for the rumor of Oyashiro-sama's curse to become a topic of discussion among occult researchers and the like, considering the circumstantial factors. Even so, the rumor faded away after about a year. After the dam project was officially frozen, we held Watanagashi purely as a festival. But the curse struck again. The victim was a pro-dam activist who lived in Hinamizawa by the name of Hojo. He and his wife were on a trip when they fell from a cliff to their deaths. It was considered to be an accident. Technically, police were still searching for the wife's body. If I remember right, they never did find it, did they? Once again, the man most worthy of Oyashiro-sama's curse fell victim on the night of the Watanagashi festival. So the fuss over Oyashiro-sama's curse rose up again. Until then, Oyashiro-sama wasn't considered very important. At least in the world of us kids, it was the name of the object of worship in the shrine, nothing more than that. I'd seen boys peeing on the archway, and I once stuck my hand into the offertory box. The existence of a god didn't matter much to us, but after 2 consecutive occurrences, the kids no longer doubted the existence of a curse. We were all shaking in fear of Oyashiro-sama. Everybody suddenly became interested in the old stories about him, too. We quietly listened to the musty old stories the elders had to tell. And we started genuinely believing in the tales of Oyashiro-sama's miracles, which any of us would have laughed away before. Oyashiro-sama's rules were awfully simple and clear. Enemies treading into Hinamizawa will be cursed. Villagers leaving the village will be cursed. What defined the village was terribly vague. Were we never allowed to leave Hinamizawa village? Was going to Okinomiya still safe? Was a single step enough to be out? Was a 3-day, 2-night hot spring trip still safe? We kids tried to draw a line. It was decided in the end that if you had a house in Hinamizawa or Okinomiya, you were safe. And it was okay to go on trips if you had a house in either area. I know it's weird, but those rules were made up by kids, after all. According to those rules, I'd be cursed since I lived at a boarding school in such a remote area. I couldn't say it out loud because I felt embarrassed, but in fact, I was a little scared of the curse.
Yeah, it happened again the year after.
Sure is scary when it happens 2 years in a row. I still believe in Oyashiro-sama's power.
Shion-chan, what are you saying? Don't you know?
No? About what?
Oh, right. You went to that school before it happened. That's why you don't know.
Uncle Yoshiro grimaced as if he said too much, as though he'd mentioned something I shouldn't know about. What is it? You can't leave me hanging like that.
Well, I think you're mature enough now.
Hey, if you think my body looks underdeveloped, you should see an eye doctor. Either that. Okay, you're just gonna skip right past that!
Okay, I'll talk. It happened again the year after that.
What happened? What are you talking about? Tick. When I was very little, I always had this tick before I heard something bad. It was like a gnome who lived inside me was giving me a warning, like he was poking me with a small needle. When I felt this tick before my parents called me, they'd always either chide me or tell me something bad. So I used to run away when I felt it, but my senses seemed to have grown dull over the years. Even though my gnome poked at me, I just sat there.
The year after the death of the Hojos, it happened again. Last year, in other words.
Did it... what, happen on the day of Watanagashi? Again? 3 years in a row?
That's right. You know there's a shrine in Hinamizawa? The Furude Shrine? The priest suddenly died on the night of the festival. They said the cause of death was an unknown illness, and the same night his wife threw herself into the swamp. There was a big uproar. The mayor even had to hold an emergency meeting.
Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna assume this is a phone conversation, so we're just gonna, yeah. Or no. Is it? I can't remember. We'll just wait a second. I don't think the bit about the illness is true, but his death was very sudden. The priest was busy preparing for the festival, and he'd gotten sick around that time, so I guess he died of a heart attack or something. But it's just crazy that somebody died on the day of Watanagashi again. It's the 3rd time in a row. It's unbelievable that so many people have died on the exact same day. Coroner didn't find anything unusual about the cause of death, so nobody suspected that anything was wrong. But you're right that the whole situation is abnormal. Only the people who were likely to be cursed died on the day of the festival. There must be something behind this. Whether it's a conspiracy or a curse, there has to be. I decided to meet up with Mion at the library near the Yokonomiya train station. It's not that I don't trust Mion, but I don't want to let her know where I live. Not many people use this library, so I won't see anyone from Hinamizawa here. It's very convenient for meeting someone in secret. After we discussed my life plan and work schedule, we moved to small talk. I've been away from this town for years. Things have changed. I asked Mion about those changes in detail, in order to fill in the gaps. While talking about various things, I brought up what Uncle Yoshiro had told me, about Oyashiro-sama's curse. Even before I left town, the curse had already struck twice. The dismemberment murder on the first year left quite an impact. And the year after, the pro-dam activist couple fell off the cliff on the day the villagers were enjoying their first Watanagashi festival since the dam project was indefinitely frozen. This one also left quite the impact. The evil construction site manager was punished, and the next year the traitor to the village met the same fate. If it had happened only once, people would have concluded that it was just a bizarre coincidence. But when it happened 2 years in a row, people were far more likely to believe it was a curse. I know up to that part, and after I left town, the curse struck again for the 3rd time. People talked about the curse more intensely than ever, both in Hinamizawa and Okonomiya. I have to rethink this. Oyashiro-sama's curse has drastically gained credibility while I was away. It was still unclear with the first 2 incidents, but after it continued for 3 years straight, people's doubts turned to convictions. Even though the priest who died on the 3rd year wasn't an enemy of the villagers. The fact that people in Hinamizawa didn't care for him much added even more credibility to the idea. Wasn't the priest hated by a few? Especially by the committee members? Yeah. They criticized him for being a fence-sitter. Toward the end of the dam conflict, the protesters were all taking aggressive stances, so they didn't like how soft he was being. The priest had looked strict and scary. The way he spoke was always so formal. But in reality, he was very warm and reserved. Maybe it was because he was a son-in-law, having married into his family.
I'm sure the priest and his personality were the perfect fit for managing the shrine that was used for summer festivals and village meetings, but that gathering spot-style atmosphere of the shrine changed completely when the dam war broke out and it became the headquarters for the Onigafuji Guardians. Prior to the dam protests, hardly anyone worshipped Oyashiro-sama. Of course, the devout elders paid worship to him, but the average person treated our god like how you'd treat fortune-telling. Once the dam protests began, Oyashiro-sama was suddenly hauled out as the symbol of the village's resistance, tracing the Oyashiro-sama faith back to its roots. It was an exclusive, elitist faith that believed its members were descended from a holy ancestor, different from the masses at the foot of the mountain, and that those tainted masses should never come near the village. Of course, such self-centered ideology wasn't acceptable anymore in peaceful post-war Japan, so this doctrine was abandoned over time. Still, that idea remained, and they trudged it back up to fan the flames of nationalism and unite the town against the dam project. With the revival of those ideas, things only grew more radical by the day, and it didn't take very long for the Onigafuji Guardians to become aggressive. After that, we were in a state of war. 100 million, burning as one, kill the white savages, want naught but victory. Adults and kids were both gnawing at the bit, avid to repel the foreign invaders. Describing it like that makes it sound kind of awful, like a remainder of the dark times of wartime Japan. But like I said before, for us kids it felt less like a war and more like a village-wide festival. Yet despite calling it a festival, dissenters were treated coldly. Their heartlessness lived up to the expression, wartime regime. The Hojo couple who voiced their acceptance of their dam project in the midst of that atmosphere were truly brave. Then, on the second year of the curse, they died in an accident, and everyone believed it was Oyashiro-sama's curse without question, so they were branded traitors and enemies of the village. The Hojo couple faced worse than just being ostracized as traitors. Everyone gave them the cold shoulder and talked behind their backs. The only person who didn't treat them badly was... oh, whoops. Skipped right by that. The priest. While the priest never objected to the anti-dam movement, he also never objected to the Hojo couple's advocacy for accepting the government's eviction and restitution to rebuild new lives. Those unforgivable Hojos became a slogan as the three families, especially the Sonozakis, united the village by turning them into scapegoats. So they must have found it very shameful to have a fellow member of the three families approve of that, especially when it was the priest of the shrine that had become a symbol for the dam protests. As central figures in Hinamizawa, the three families were the backbones of the Onigafuji Guardians, so a difference of opinion was undesirable. And the priest was never accused of anything. But secretly, people whispered that he was a heretic, that he was unfit to serve as Oyashiro-sama's priest, that Oyashiro-sama's curse would soon strike him down, along with other rumors. Don't you think the priest was more mature than those around him? He was pretty cool, managing to keep his head and remain neutral while everyone around him grew fervent. I thought Mion would share my opinion when I chimed back in, so when Mion gave me a forced smile and didn't agree with me, it caught me by surprise. If he were really mature, I think he would have cooperated with the others. He should have appeased them. He wasn't just the head priest, he was also head of the Furude family. That was a time when all of Hinamizawa needed to be united, so having one of the families who was supposed to serve as examples disturb that harmony was... I don't know if that should be called mature. It's hard for me to tell. I was taken aback. I barely managed to say the following. Even though we're identical twins, we still had our own unique identities. Every now and then our opinions differed, but usually only over some trivial matter. We've never had a difference of opinion this big. It wasn't an enjoyable feeling. I decided to probe her some more. I don't really like the word you used, appease. What are you trying to say? Are you saying the priest should have thought of the village as a whole and kept his opinions a secret? Meaning, people shouldn't assert the self before the whole? I'm not going that far. It's just, I thought that as a member of the three families, you should have acted more carefully. That's what I mean. Mion faltered a bit as my tone grew more like a cross-examination. I realized I was speaking a bit too harshly. What Mion expressed was probably the more mature opinion on our scale. When everyone needs to work together to stand up to a vast enemy like the government, people should refrain from actions that would destabilize that alliance. Writing it out and reading it now, I can understand that. But I wasn't mature enough to agree to such a totalitarian idea. Or maybe it wasn't me at all. It was Mion who'd made that mature judgment. We've been separated for over a year. I've been away from the town. In the meantime, Mion has been training to take over the headship of the Sonozaki family. She's been treated as such even before I was confined to that institution. She sat next to the hag in ceremonies and in meetings. She took her place when the hag was absent. But that was just it. We were never that different.
Mion has become very like a successor since I've been gone. Mm-hmm. You sound like a grown-up now. She seemed to get what I was implying. Am I thinking like Granny now? That's good. You're the successor. You shouldn't think like the rest. You've definitely learned the art of ruling. I never learned anything like that. I'm just trying to act like her. You can do it easily, too. I don't want to. It's your role. Well, don't try too hard or you'll tire yourself out. I didn't mean to be cold, but Mion seemed to take it that way. She smiled as if trying to pacify me. I smiled gently back at her. Sis. I mean, Mion. What? What is it? Our separation's always been tough. Our names, the places where we live, and our bodies. Mion looked down with a serious face, but then looked right back up. Maybe you think I'm jealous of that, but I'm not. We used to have some disagreements, but they were always small and forgettable. You don't have to feel sorry for anything. Up until birth, we were perfectly equal. Right after birth, we were separated by the grown-ups' priorities. I used to get mad about it when I was little. There's no denying that. But we don't have to start a disagreement over it. Mion seems to understand what I'm trying to say. We each have our own characteristics, even though we're identical twins. Only we know the differences. We're also dependent on each other because of them. Mion seems more dependent. She always worries about me. If somebody gave her a cookie, she'd divide it in two and give one half to me. If somebody gave her a candy, she'd wait until I said it was okay to eat it. On the contrary, I'm cold. I don't care about others if I'm satisfied. I'd put the candy in my mouth right away. I have to emphasize that I don't hate her, and I'm well aware that she loves me. We both know that. Mion must have been hesitating to put the candy of the successor in her mouth and was waiting to see if I was okay with that. Do your best, Mion. I'll do my best to Shion, too. I tapped her forehead with my fist lightly. Mion put her forehead against my fist as if trying to feel the warmth. She's Mion, and I'm Shion. She's the successor of the Sonozaki family, and I'm just a vagabond. That isn't a distinction, but rather our individuality. We shouldn't worry too much about the other anymore. We should feel relaxed living as who we are, with our own characteristics. I didn't have to say any of that out loud. We can communicate by touch, just like this. Okay. Thanks, Shion. No worries, Mion. Let's talk to each other whenever we want to, like we've always been. That'll never change, okay? Okay. Okay. Mion kept nodding with her forehead against my fist. I said goodbye to Mion before it turned to evening. We had talked about the things that happened during my time away, and I enjoyed having that chat between sisters very much. We were able to dissolve our unsettled emotions. We didn't used to do that. Maybe it's because we hadn't seen each other for over a year. Phew. It was late afternoon. My heart felt lighter now. I stretched and looked up at the sky. The sky was clear, blue, and far away. No matter how tall I grow, I'll never be able to touch that sky. I'm Shion Sonozaki, a girl who escaped from the life she was forced to live. Nobody will praise me for what I did, and for what I'm going to do, but this is what I chose. I can think maturely, too. I psyched myself up. I should go shopping for dinner. Though I have Kasai's help, I need to save money. I love junk food, but it'd be cheaper to cook. Ironically, the culinary classes from that evil school will come in handy. Why not go to the shopping district in Kamiiski? If I'm going there, then I'd need to take the other street. The cool breeze in the late afternoon felt nice on my skin. Kase came to the door while I was putting stuff I bought into the fridge. Wait a sec. I'm coming.
Did you go grocery shopping? You must be tired.
I don't get tired from grocery shopping. Oh, do you want dinner? I bought enough for you, too.
Is that alright? If you say so, I'd be happy to.
Kasai looked curious about what I'd cook. You don't look like you believe in my cooking skills. You'll pay for that later.
Are you putting those in the refrigerator? I'll do it.
Oh, thanks. Is this amount of rice enough for two? Here we go. Kasai skillfully packed food into the fridge while glancing at each item in return. He noticed something.
Shion-san, Do you still hate canned food?
I hadn't bought any. That was, of course, on purpose.
Must be hard to avoid it.
I know it's illogical. Maybe I could eat it if somebody forced me to. No, on second thought, I definitely couldn't.
I feel really sorry. I know I was out of line then. Please forget about that story.
Shut up. Men shouldn't hang around in the kitchen. Go watch TV or something. Kasai chuckled and laughed. You shut up, Shio. But anyway. I know this sounds stupid, but I hate canned food. If somebody told me there was canned food in a meal I just ate, I'd throw up. It started with a silly thing. Kasai told me a horror story when I was little. You know, one of those urban legends about meat made from an unknown source, like those rumors about how there's worm meat mixed into burger patties or dog meat in beef bowls. Kasai had fun telling me one of those stories because of how scared I got. He had fun, but I obviously didn't. I even started to cry in the canned food section of a supermarket. That's how much I hated it. I don't freak out like that anymore, but I still don't like canned food. Since I don't like it, I don't force myself, and now I live my life naturally avoiding canned food. One of the big differences between us twins is that Mion doesn't have this issue. Kasai feels responsible for this, but he can't rid me of that fear. Still, a flaw like this is actually a good thing. Otherwise, I'd be too perfect. Kasai, set the table, would you?
It smells good. Thank you for doing this.
If this isn't enough food, you can go to a beef bowl place later or something. And don't turn off the TV. I hate having dinner in silence.
Thank you for the meal.
So, what is it, Kasai? You came here for something, didn't you? I handed him a cup of tea. I could wait until dinner was over, but I wanted to get to the point quick.
I thought I should wait until we finished, but would you mind if I talked while eating?
It's been bugging me since you got here. It'd be much easier for me to eat if you started talking now.
We received a phone call from the school today.
Today? That's late. Sounds like they didn't want to make it public. So what happened?
Akane-san took the call. She said she was going to tell your father when the time is right.
Akane-san is my mom. That's what Kasai calls her, as he's known her since before her marriage. So, what did she say? I was lucky she answered the phone, since she's relatively on my side.
Other than calling you a brat, she didn't seem surprised by this outcome.
I see. So, she hasn't told Dad yet?
She's probably waiting for the right moment, and I think she's going to be in a couple of days. I think she's going to in a couple of days.
Dad is on Grandma's side, so he'll definitely talk to her if he hears about it. Then she'll have her men bring me to her, and depending on my explanation, make me offer a finger or two. Scary.
I wish you could laugh it off. But please remember that you're not the only one who... Ouch.
You're eating too fast. I cooked too much rice and miso soup, so you'll have to have another round. At least 3 helpings, alright? A few days later, Mion told me that the hag had heard about my escape. So? How'd she take it?
She was furious. She said that if you were Nokonomiya, she'd get you right away.
Scary. And? Is Dad doing anything?
They'll hold a family council soon to see if any of the family members are hiding you. And it doesn't look like she'll have the Greenhorn search for you all over town, though.
Holding a family council means that things will remain in the hag's hands alone. She won't search the town for me. It's like she's unofficially approving my presence. Of course, I'll get caught immediately if they find me in a large public place. Seems like Mom did a lot to help me. I can tell she's being supportive. It's a long story, but my mom is sort of an outlaw, even though she's of the Sonozaki bloodline. A long time ago, she had a huge fight with the hag because she hated the family rules and traditions. She was even excommunicated. My mom was supposed to be the successor, but she was deprived of the title, and Sis took her place instead. While she's quiet now, Mion is still an outlaw. She's always been on my side because I also hate rules and traditions.
Dad was flaring up at first, but Mom pacified him. You can't win against her, after all.
Okay, thanks. Let me know if something comes up. If things really go bad, I'm ready to leave town. I can't let Kasai, Uncle Yoshiro, or Mom lose face. Sis, I know what you're thinking. You're asking yourself why only I have to go through this, even though we're twins, aren't you? Mion was silent. That meant yes.
It isn't fair, though, that you have to live like this. It's absolutely not.
Thanks. I appreciate your feelings.
Tell me when you want to go out. I'll arrange my plans so that I can trade places with you.
She sounded apologetic. I shouldn't go quiet or agree with her. She sticks to things a little too much. When she goes down, she'll stay there for a while. So I just told her simply, "Thanks. That's really nice of you. Okay, I'm hanging up now."
Talk to you later.
Oh, Mion. A smudged diary. Boy, oh boy. Also, hi, achievements will show up properly now, so whenever you hear those, you'll get to actually see them. I didn't have the first one because the first one didn't pop up, rather, because I was testing it, the game earlier, so I already passed it, but... Satoko was crying while hiding behind my back. She's been crying while clinging onto me, so my back was wet with tears and snot. My aunt had been screaming hysterically, but she looked tired now. I suddenly realized that it was already past 1 in the morning. She vomited out a series of screams one last time, then finally called it quits. Satoko seemed exhausted. She was looking down in a state of shock. Even after my aunt walked away, she didn't realize that she had been freed. So I stroked her head and told her, "It's over, Satoko." Satoko twitched. Her eyes grew bright again and her tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked up at my face. She knew it was over, but wanted to hear it directly from me. She begged me with a look. To be honest, I was really exhausted too, so I felt a bit annoyed when she tried to make me say it. But I needed to pacify her, so I gently told her what she wanted to hear. "She's done with her scolding, so let's go to sleep, all right?" Satoko clung to me while her tears continued to fall. She was crying again silently. Satoko was shivering pitifully. Her small back reminded me that there was nobody else to protect her. "Here. Go brush your teeth. Make your bed. Go to sleep." Satoko smiled faintly and nodded. I felt dizzy. As I was released from the strain, a harsh drowsiness fell upon me. While Satoko was washing her face, I went to the toilet. I zoned out while watching my pee. In my dizziness, I almost missed the shot. I felt like I was being sucked into the toilet. I couldn't even remember what caused it. Why did my aunt start screaming today? Ugh. That's rough, buddy. It's a very quiet afternoon, as always. Since I can't go outside as myself, I have to match schedules with Mion when I go shopping. I've gotten used to it by now, so it's no longer a hassle. Because of this, I naturally have to buy things in bulk. Today I shuttled between shops in my home. Got this, I got that. Oh, wait! Isn't it a 100 yen sale today? I forgot this. Being in a good mood, I spun around with my arms spread out. I felt like a little whirlwind. My arm hit a motorcycle parked on the sidewalk. It obviously wasn't where it was supposed to be. Ow! Oh, what the... who parked this motorcycle here? I gave it a kick with no hesitation. There were 3 motorcycles lined up there in a row. They all fell like dominoes. It was a beautiful sight. This is fun, I thought. Being in such a good mood made me leave my guard down. I didn't realize that the owners of the motorcycles were right nearby. They looked pretty scary. They grabbed me by the neck and dragged me into a dark alley. Then they called me all kinds of names. Everything was happening too quickly for me to grasp what was going on.
The fuck are you, bitch? What do you think you're doing, huh? Fucking bash your head in, bitch! Grr, gonna pay for what you did!
Whoa. They can't really talk properly. I didn't have a clue what they were saying. I had to translate their alien tongue into normal human words in order to understand. "We are very upset because you knocked down our motorcycles. You should immediately pay for the repair and compensation." Yeah, that was probably it. "That's our offer, what do you say? We'd be happy to listen to your opinion." Something like that?
Huh? What are you...
Sorry. I don't think I can continue interpreting.
Huh? What you saying?
I know what they're trying to say, but somebody has to warn them about the way they park their motorcycles. It wouldn't be fair to those who obey the rules if there were no punishment for those who disobey them. This is an accident, but it must also be God's will.
But, God, you can use me to punish these guys, but how will you compensate me later? I heaved a huge sigh. Of course, I wasn't afraid in this situation at all, because it wasn't a dangerous one for me. These three guys were yelling at the top of their lungs at a girl. They didn't look good doing it, and they had too many disadvantages. First, there was a difference in gender and in number of people. Even if they did something wrong, as men shouting at a woman, it didn't make them look like they were in the right. Added to that, there were three of them. It already looked like it was going to get violent. Second, the location. Taking a girl into a dark, narrow alleyway is already a bad idea, and on top of that, they're asking for money, not just an apology. Thanks to these facts, the public will be on my side, so this was a fight they couldn't possibly win. The only way for them to win would be to take my money before somebody finds out. Considering that, taking me to this narrow, secluded alleyway might have been a smart move, since fewer people will find out about this situation.
Huh? You listening or not?
I knew how slim their chances of winning were. From the very beginning, they had picked the wrong girl. I'm Mion Sonozaki now. It'd be foolish to mug her in Okinomiya. Soon enough, the people of Hinamizawa would notice me and gather round. They don't spare mercy for their enemies no matter what. The punks didn't know this area well. If they did, they'd have known how silly it was to rob Mion. Plus, the alleyway isn't as empty as they always assumed. This side street's a shortcut which local people frequently use on their way home. In the late afternoon, many people will be passing through here. That time had almost arrived. If I held off a little longer, the street would soon be filled with people. Then, the punks would have to go away. I didn't have to do anything. I just had to wait in order to win. This was a simple fight like that. While they could hurl abusive language at me or lift me up by my collar, they weren't actually going to resort to violence. Cheers to the educational system for ingraining the ladies' first mindset. But as a wicked person, I wanted to toy with them a bit, even though I could win this by waiting. I wanted to paint them as even more villainous and drive them into a corner that would be even harder to talk their way out of. That demonic desire was rearing its horns. To put it plainly, I'd only need to act as the poor helpless victim a little further, like the pathetic, pitiful, tragic heroine everyone wants to sympathize with. In a case like this, I shouldn't start crying immediately because they'd get nervous and draw back. If it were a truly threatening situation, that would work, but I needed something different here. I'd pretend to be strong at first. In fact, I thought, why don't I challenge them? And eventually, I'd start trembling. My voice would fade, and I'd get tears in my eyes. It'd be even better if I played the role of a strong girl who's slowly giving into fear. Mion and I are probably the only ones who are capable of pulling that kind of stuff off. Well, I'm probably better than her. Why don't you let me go now? I already apologized. I talked back with a little hesitation. Am I getting tears yet? Yes! By the way, I heard men can't shed tears on command. I feel sorry for them. The three punks faltered a bit due to my sudden change in attitude, but they soon started yelling at me again. I had to keep it going. That way they blatantly looked like they were picking on a helpless girl. Please, forgive me.
What you doing? What's with this girl, huh?
I don't...
Maybe you should apologize like that from the start.
It looked like they were laying off a bit. Did I overdo it a little? It'd be boring if they let me go now. At that moment...
Oh. Cut it out! Don't you see her crying? Stop it!
A boy around my age appeared. He was skinny. He looked weak. He looked younger than he probably was. He also looked smart. He bravely glared at the punks.
What the hell? Who the fuck are you? Back the fuck off! Urgh!
The punks turned away from me to face the boy instead. The boy looked a bit agitated when the punks started yelling at him. They sure were ruthless. But the boy must have known that from the beginning. He must have known that he was going into a dangerous situation, yet he didn't hesitate.
Fucking say something! Why don't you answer us?
He must have wanted to shout back at them, but he'd probably never used that kind of language in his life, so he couldn't have expressed his feelings out loud. He might not have known what to say, so he just kept on glaring at them, to let them know that he wasn't going anywhere. The three punks, though, might have just thought he was at a loss for words in his fear, but I knew different. The boy was overpowering them with nothing but his will. The punks were losing, so they resorted to violence. They grabbed him and knocked him down. They hit him, kicked him, and tossed him around. It looked painful, but I knew it was his victory. In the end, local passersby stopped the punks. They made no further fuss and just went away. The boy stood up. He was covered in dust. He smiled when our eyes met, and asked me if I was all right. He didn't look particularly okay himself, though. How could you step into a fight you obviously couldn't win? Pick your opponents better next time. I hesitated at first. He laughed, saying that he was watching, from the beginning. That meant he had the option to walk away, but instead he worked up the courage and stepped in. That was reckless, not brave. You're being a little harsh, Mion. You should at least say thank you. I saw you crying. No, I wasn't crying. That was just an act. Okay. Hey! You don't believe me, do you? Do you really think I'd cry? No. Nobody would believe Mion Sonozaki would cry when punks bullied her. Why are you laughing? You really don't believe that was an act? I'd never cry. I believe you, I do. I realized one thing. He must have been one of Sis's friends. He didn't seem to realize I'm her twin. He thought I was Mion with a different hairstyle. Mion and I had to live separately since before we went to elementary school. Mion was in Hinamizawa, and I was in Okinomiya. I lived in a totally different environment from her, so it's not strange that people don't know me. Actually, only very few people know I exist. I almost told him that I'm not Mion, but I managed to stop myself. Shion shouldn't be here. He's from Hinamizawa. It wouldn't be good if he thought he saw a Mion look-alike in Okinomiya, so I had to act like Mion. Dealing with him could be more difficult than handling those punks. Well, I was just relieved because you seem to have a girly side after all. You sound so hot. You sound hostile. What exactly do you mean by that? I thought you'd kick those guys' butts with some crazy martial arts. So I was really surprised when you just started crying. Hey! Like I said, I was acting. Weren't you listening at all? He gently put his hand on top of my head and started stroking it as if he was stroking a kitten. I could remember somebody doing that to me when I was little, but it had been quite a while since somebody stroked my head. I didn't know what to do. Why did it make me so embarrassed? My face reddened all at once. I couldn't say anything. Hey, are you making fun of me? I stuttered in embarrassment. He looked calm as if he was used to doing this. Whatever. Aren't you glad, though? Glad? What do you mean? Well, you didn't get hurt. He smiled while he kept stroking my head. His smile looked divine. He wasn't going to stay for long. He'd already saved me from those guys after all. Well, I need to be going, so I should head off now. Okay. I wanted to go through all the steps of meeting someone for the first time, but he didn't. As far as he was concerned, he just saved a friend from danger and wanted to leave quickly to avoid seeming pretentious. He and Mion must be friends who knew each other well, so I couldn't bring myself to ask, "What's your name?" Mion's friend smiled once again. His smile looked as refreshing as a clear blue sky. This time he smiled a bit more mischievously. Don't worry, I won't tell anybody you were crying. Well, nobody would believe it if I told them anyway. Nobody would ever believe that our invincible class president cried. He patted the dust off his butt once again. He walked back to the sunny main road, away from the dark alley. Then he turned around. See ya. In school tomorrow, I mean. Yeah. See you in school. He disappeared into the brightly lit street. I continued to sit in the gloomy alleyway. I could no longer see him. I was just staring absent-mindedly at the bright light. That was the first time I met Satoshi-kun. I'm not even allowed to walk freely under the sun. I met a boy on a sunny day. How come a perverse girl like me fell in love with his innocence? Notebook, page 5.
That must be Satoshi. He looks like what you described, and he has a habit of stroking people's heads.
Mm-hmm. His name is Satoshi-kun, The boy from earlier is called Satoshi Hojo-kun. Mion said that he's always daydreaming, so she didn't believe that he saved me at first.
His little sister is always kicking his butt.
Uh-huh. He has a little sister?
Yeah, her name is Satoko. She's funny and shrewd, but is quick to cry when she's cornered. She's fun to watch, but things have been rough for her lately, so she's feeling a bit down.
His sister came up naturally in the conversation. I tried to soak up every scrap of information about Satoshi-kun. Why? Why am I trying to ask so much about him? As I asked myself that, the feeling I got when he stroked my head came back to me. I must have been blushing.
Hello? Shion?
Sorry. I'm here, I'm listening.
To start, I hear Satoko's on bad terms with her aunt. Satoshi is mature, so he knows how to conduct himself, but when bad things happen, Satoko really lets herself go.
What Sis told me was very interesting. She told me that the parents of Satoshi-kun and his little sister are dead. Satoshi-kun and Satoko are now living with their uncle and aunt. They don't seem like very respectable people. They're always fighting, and the uncle's cheating on the aunt. He mostly lives with his mistress. Satoshi-kun and Satoko entered into that unwelcome environment. What surprises me the most is the fact that Satoshi-kun's parents were the Hojo couple who were the leaders of the pro-dam activists. That fact must have added something to the situation. I don't know what kind of stance the uncle and aunt took during the dam conflict, but they must have taken some indirect blows. Satoshi-kun's parents died after bothering them so much, and even left them their children. The uncle and aunt obviously can't love those kids. Things have gotten worse this past year, too. Women can really be nasty bullies. Sometimes it doesn't matter who they're bullying, even if it's a kid. On top of that, women tend to care less about propriety than men. As a result, Satoko seems exhausted with it all. I can imagine Satoshi-kun bravely protecting his little sister, just like when he saved me. So, he must be exhausted too, right?
Huh?
He must be covering for Satoko all the time. So wouldn't you normally assume that he's also feeling worn out?
Well, I don't know.
Had I said something wrong? Mion sounded a bit taken aback. So that meant Mion can't tell how he's feeling, because he's always wearing that blank look, so she never considered it. How can she be that insensitive even though she's around him all the time? I was amazed to realize that. Well, anyway, what does he usually do? He looked smart, so does he read a lot of books?
Yeah, you're right. He likes to read. He's now reading, what's it called?
I continued asking about him, about what he likes, dislikes, what he thinks about. I asked Sis all these questions because I wanted to know more about him. It was the first time I'd ever been that interested in somebody. I just didn't want to admit that I had feelings like that. Did I fall in love just because of a stroke on the head? Am I stupid or what? When I remember the feeling of his hand on my head, my heart feels tingly. I tried doing it myself, but it didn't feel the same. I'm stupid. What am I doing, stroking my own head? Sis, I'm done for. I became stupid.
What? Why are you laughing in that weird voice?
You wouldn't understand this feeling, sis. When would I see him again? I felt as if my suffocating life had finally grown brighter. The life I lived really was beginning to suffocate me. I couldn't go out freely, and I always had to make arrangements with Mion before going to work. I thought my life would improve after escaping from the school, but in reality it wasn't that easy. It's not healthy to live like this for too long, without any friends to hang out with. I felt like I was hibernating. I'd started to feel the dangers of falling into boredom. All I could think of now was Satoshi Hojo-kun's face. I'd only met him briefly, but my encounter with him had a great impact on my new life. I felt like something exciting was going to happen. Really, I was hyped up like a little kid. The more I thought about it, I realized I've been thinking about him a lot lately. This might be a crush. I felt a little ridiculous idolizing him in such a romantic way, though. Then, out of the blue, I got a chance to see him again. Oh? I saw a familiar face at twilight in the park. He was sitting on the swing. He looked like he was zoning out, or maybe deep in thought. He didn't notice me, even though I was right in front of him. I reminded myself to speak and act like Mion before talking to him. Hey, what are you doing here? Mion, you surprised me. You don't look surprised. I've been standing here for a couple minutes now, didn't you notice me? Have you? Sorry, I didn't. He smiled self-derisively and shrugged. He looked depressed, like something was troubling him. Is something bugging you? You can talk to me if you want. Maybe I can help.
No, that's okay.
Come on, I owe you one from before, Satoshi-kun. Or maybe you don't think this old man can be of any help? Don't you know how mighty I am?
I'm okay. You don't have to help me.
What is it then? You saying you don't need help from a girl? Thinking him unfair, I puffed up my cheeks in a sulky gesture. Satoshi-kun noticed that and smiled.
No, Mion. It's just... I messed up my swing when they needed me the most.
I mentally rifled through all the information about Satoshi-kun that Sis had given me. He doesn't look like much of an athlete, but apparently Satoshi-kun belongs to a junior baseball team. They're called the Hinamizawa Fighters. I doubt he's very skilled, since I didn't hear much about his contributions to the team. Maybe that's why he doesn't tell many people that he's a member. Given how down he felt as a result of messing up, though, he must be fairly dedicated. I deduced all that from what Sis told me, and carefully chose my words so as to sound like her. What? Are you feeling down just because of that?
Hey, it's not that easy to get over, Mion.
I pat his back while chuckling. Satoshi-kun would probably call me insensitive. I knew I should listen to him rather than trying to cheer him up. Acting like Sis was probably the wrong thing to do in this case, but I had no choice. This was just how she'd react in that kind of situation. Instead of feeling down, you should practice even harder and aim for your chance, you know? Practice makes perfect here. Well, if you want to beat the opposing pitcher so badly you're willing to pull some tricks, then I might be able to help you in a few ways.
There's no point if I cheat.
Satoshi-kun hung his head after letting his regrets out with a big sigh. Surrender, defeat, resignation were all visible in that gesture of his. You quick to give up or persistent? If you're a man, then don't you want to be a star and have your 15 minutes of fame? Satoshi-kun grinned and said yes.
Of course, that'd be wonderful. But that's not why I play baseball. I just have fun batting and throwing the ball. You can understand that, right?
This old man isn't sure. I only love games that I can win. I don't understand how you can love something when you can't be the best at it.
Atropos of the $2, the opposing bitcher.
Yeah.
That really sounds like you, Mion.
Having realized that I'm trying to make him feel better, he laughed along. He didn't look depressed anymore. I guess he was just feeling down because of the game. He wasn't as depressed as I thought. Maybe I just jumped to conclusions when I saw him sitting alone in the park.
You always put forth your best effort to win. That's admirable, I think. It definitely is.
He smiled gently and stood up. Then he started stroking my head. All of a sudden. I totally wasn't prepared for that.
Huh? Whoa. Oh.
I thought this when he did this the last time, but how can he stroke somebody's head so easily? I felt like I had turned into a little kid. Memories from kindergarten came to mind. My face must have been red. I felt embarrassed, but also like I was in heaven. Satoshi-kun stroked me as though petting a cat. I was blushing with my eyes closed. I felt helpless, like a girl being treated by the dentist with her mouth open and her eyes shut. Satoshi-kun didn't seem to notice my feelings at all. He didn't seem to care. I hate him. With my eyes still closed, I waited for him to finish. He suddenly withdrew his hand.
I need to get going. My aunt wants some stuff, so I have to go grocery shopping.
Okay. My voice faltered. I was so embarrassed. I'm going shopping, too.
What? You are? Thought the maids did all your household stuff.
Shoot. I messed up. In the main Sonozaki house, the maids do everything. Therefore, Mion hardly goes grocery shopping. She's bragged to some people about that. Should have known better. Still, it wouldn't be too hard to find an excuse. I just happened to be in town, so I thought I'd help out with the household stuff. Is that a problem?
That doesn't sound like you. You always avoid doing boring stuff like that.
You talk too much. Oh! Stop stroking my head! Satoshi-kun seemed to be having fun with how embarrassed I'd get when he patted me. Anyway, I managed to talk my way out of it. He didn't seem to really care about the details. While walking with Satoshi-kun in the shopping district of Kamiisuki, it suddenly occurred to me, why had I messed up? I'd known Mion would never go grocery shopping. What an amateurish mistake. Did I make that mistake while I was pretending to be Mion? No. I was probably speaking as Shion. I couldn't keep lying to myself. I had to just admit. It was simply because I wanted to spend as much time with Satoshi-kun as possible. It was easy to see why I was so attracted to him. I'd found something intriguing in my boring life, and I didn't have to feel tense because he thought I was somebody else. Etc., etc. His easygoing nature made him fun to be around, and his habit of petting people on the head was fun too. From these symptoms, I could tell I was embracing the feeling of love. I was just casually enjoying that feeling. It wasn't that I fell in love with him. It was just having fun. I could simply spend some fun time with Satoshi-kun without having to think too much.
Which one's broccoli? The green one or the yellow one?
That's cauliflower, Satoshi-kun. Hey, could it be that you can't tell lettuce from cabbage either?
I'm not that bad. I'm doing my best here.
Satoshi-kun stared at the heaps of broccoli and cauliflower. After thinking for a while, he reached out for the wrong one. That's not it. Watching you shop is like being on a roller coaster. It's a lot of fun for me, though.
Got me. Satoko can't tell the difference either. Which is broccoli and which one is cauliflower.
You guys are too funny. Sissa told me that Satoshi was a flaky big brother to his nagging little sister. I hadn't met Satoko, so she must be having a tough time dealing with Satoshi-kun. He stumbles over everything he buys, after all. That's cooking salt. It's mixed with pepper. It's different from regular salt.
Oh, is it? I think I saw salt and pepper separate in a science experiment once.
Stop making excuses and just put it back on the shelf. This is normal salt. What are you getting next?
You're being a great help, Mion.
You look smart, but you have serious issues. I think you should study more.
That's a little harsh. There. Is this it? In it goes.
Ah! That's not it! Don't just throw anything in the basket. Check the price and how many servings it has first. My first impression of Satoshi-kun was that he was strong and reliable, but the more I spoke to him, the more surprised I was at how clumsy and unreliable he was. How do I put it? It was hard to leave him alone. He was dangerous on his own. If he wasn't careful, he might start wondering, do you cross the street when the light is red, or was it green? And get himself run over by a dump truck. Sweat drop.
Your total is 1,780 yen. Do you have a member's card? Oh, yes, I do. Where is it?
Oh, sorry. We can't seem to find it, so we'll be alright for today. I finished checking out, ignoring Satoshi-kun as he fished through his wallet full of receipts.
That was horrible, Mion. You made me waste points.
Don't go slowly fishing through your wallet to look for your member's card in the middle of the evening shopping rush. There was a huge line behind us. Didn't you notice all the evil glares from all the old ladies? Listen, at times like that, you should get it out before reaching the register.
Oh, right. That's good to know.
It's not only when you go shopping. The same thing goes for when you ride a bus. Satoshi-kun, I bet you don't open your wallet and start looking for change until you're about to get on and get off and have to pay while holding up everyone behind you.
No, everyone walks by me and pays their own fare.
You know what that means? You're being a super huge bother to everyone. You need to have the money out beforehand. That's just good manners. Do you get it?
Okay. You're scary today, Mion.
Satoshi-kun smiled as if patronizing me. I couldn't believe it. He was definitely the type who made women want to protect him. Sure, he was fine as he was when he had a busybody like me around him. But I couldn't stop worrying whether he was able to function in society without someone like that nearby. We got plastic bags and sorted out what we bought. Satoshi-kun put a pack of tofu at the bottom of the bag. I slapped his hand and put in a milk carton instead. Okay, there we go. Now your aunt won't freak out when she opens this shopping bag in her kitchen.
Thanks. You helped me a lot. I don't think I'm very good at shopping.
Just shopping? That's definitely not the only thing. Just kidding. I had realized a few things while I was spending time with him today. He's not just bad at shopping. He's also chronically clumsy. In general, you could call him a slow thinker. That meant, when he stepped into the quarrel with the punks, he must have needed a lot of courage. He might be a simpleton, but he's not stupid. He's aware of his weaknesses, so he must be aware of the danger in that situation. He could have chosen to walk away even though I was in trouble, but he chose to be a man and stepped in. That was really admirable of him. Good boy. You did a great job. There.
What is it? Don't stroke my head.
I'm rewarding you for shopping successfully today. There.
You're making fun of me, aren't you, Mion?
No, I'm not. Can you go home by yourself? Do you know how to get there?
You are making fun of me.
Satoshi-kun's sulky face flushed red. He's just too cute. At that point, I caught a glimpse of a billboard from the corner of my eye. Piano lessons. Call XX. Abacus class. Junior baseball team. Members wanted. It was posting for the team Satoshi-kun belonged to. It showed the time, date, and place of their next practice. By then, I knew just how flaky he was. I figured he must be the same when playing baseball. Satoshi-kun realized that I was reading the posting. He looked uncomfortable and walked away. I know what you're thinking. I beg you, Mion, don't come to see me playing baseball. Am I right? What does that mumbling mean? I know I'm right. Satoshi-kun became quiet, after mumbling something. It seemed like he couldn't say anything back, since I had been right on the money. Satoshi-kun, you're just too cute. I don't think going silent is a way to dodge the issue. Well, that might have just been the way innocent people like him would react in a situation like that. See you, Satoshi-kun. It's getting dark, so be careful on your way back.
Aren't you going home, Mion? To Hinamizawa?
I have to make a stop somewhere first. Don't worry about me.
I'll help you this time. In return.
I'm okay. What are you gonna help me with anyway? You should learn to support yourself before you try to help me.
You're really mean today.
He seemed to have some pride at least. He looked a bit upset because he was being teased by a girl, but in contrast, I felt very satisfied. As a result, I forgot to keep my guard up.
Thank you for the help. That was sweet of you.
Whoa! While wearing a bright smile, Satoshi-kun suddenly started stroking my head again. I know he's teasing me, but I can't reject him. He keeps doing it only because he's realized I won't resist.
See you, man. You should go home before it gets dark. See you in school tomorrow.
Yeah. See you in school tomorrow, too. In fact, I wouldn't see him tomorrow at all. It felt awkward, but I had to settle for that. I had to thank Sis for letting me use her name. After I separated from him, I found myself giddy and wishing to see him again as soon as possible. I wanted to know more about him. I couldn't wait for my next chance to see him. Actually, maybe there was something I could do. Just like when I obtained my freedom from St. Lucia's, I could choose how to live my life. Whatever, it wasn't that complicated. I just wanted to tease him more. I wanted him to stroke my head more. And... whatever. I already knew the schedule for his baseball team.
Oh, they're so cute together. Went shopping with a nice young man. That's such a funny... Okay.
A crumpled diary.
My aunt finally stopped her hysterical screaming. Today was just like any other day. I can't remember what set her off. Whatever it was, she changed subjects constantly anyway. It didn't matter. She went on past midnight again. The urge to sleep was pounding the back of my head. Once Satoko had been able to relax, she fell down on the spot and started sleeping, still clinging to my sleeve. I carried Satoko to the bedroom and laid out our futons. Here, Satoko. Your futon's ready. So get in, okay? Satoko crawled in like a worm. She stopped moving when she was inside. I wished I could go to bed too, but I couldn't. My aunt asked me to do some chores. I had to get some toothpaste after school tomorrow. I had to write it down somewhere. I had to make rice for lunch tomorrow. I set the timer. Right, I also had to repile the towels in the bathroom. That was the reason for today's scolding.
My aunt will get mad if everything isn't done the way she wants. Oh, and there was something else. I was working at the grocery store the next day. They wanted me to bring an apron. Do we even have an apron in this house? I'd never seen one. My aunt won't be sleeping when I go to school, so I won't have time to ask her. What should I do? Since Mion helped me get the job, I don't want to screw it up. In that case, why don't I ask Mion about it at school? She might lend me one. Was there anything else? I was envious of Satoko because she got to go to bed. It was pathetic that I felt that way.
Hey there! How are you guys doing in the heat?
Oh, Mion-san. We're doing good. Is that our refreshment? Thanks a bunch. You're such a great manager.
I just felt like coming here. I didn't bring this for you, by the way. And don't treat me as your manager without my permission, please.
We'd be a stronger team if you were our manager, Mion. Why don't you apply? As a manager, I mean.
Satoshi-kun smiled at me in a carefree manner. I didn't want to become their manager. It'd be tiresome. I've been coming every week, though, so I'm quasi-manager already. Well, if I feel like it. Anyway, how's Satoshi-kun doing, Coach? Is his batting average improving?
Yes, he's doing fine. His batting average is, well, if you buy 3 packs of rice crackers, it's 7 smart.
Does that mean it's 30%? Wow. You're doing great, Satoshi-kun.
It's not just about the number, Mion. I have to be able to hit the ball when it really counts.
It's good that you're aware of your weaknesses, Satoshi-kun. You just continue working on them for now.
Irie signaled to the pitcher, who then threw the ball. Satoshi-kun looked calm, following the ball with his eyes, then he swung. Thwack. The ball flew between the first and second bases and landed in the distance. Wow! That's great! Good job, Satoshi-kun! I clapped and Satoshi-kun blushed in response. He repositioned his helmet to hide his face.
Well, it's good in practice and when the game is slow.
Irie smiled compassionately. It seemed that Satoshi-kun really couldn't perform well when it counted. While he was usually good, when everybody expected him to perform, he couldn't. I didn't think it was because of nervousness, he just couldn't do it. I think it's a perfect fit for Satoshi-kun's character. He seems calm at first glance, but he's actually slow. Numerically speaking, you're a great player, but you need to be able to hit the ball even when things get serious. That's why you were an easy out in the match with the Yukata Jaguars the other day.
Shut up, I know that.
If he'd been able to hit the ball then, he would have been a hero.
What a shame.
A hit could have put the offense into the lead, or at least give them an extension. That was when Satoshi-kun came up to bat. Irie wanted him to live up to everyone's expectations, but statistically that wasn't likely to happen. Yet Irie insisted on giving him a chance, in spite of the fact that all the team members had suggested a pinch hitter. Ah! It would have been perfect if you could have hit it. Why didn't you? Why can't you hit the ball in a situation when it really matters?
There was nothing I could do. I know I'm weak in a situation like that. I just thought a pinch hitter was the best idea too.
It's not about the match, it's about you, Satoshi-kun. Ugh! You need to be more aggressive. Shouldn't you have thought the opposite way? Shouldn't you have insisted that you come up to bat no matter what anybody else said? I can't believe you wanted to give away the chance to some pinch hitter. Why are you so weak like that?
That's what I'm always telling him. I know that's one of his good points too, but
You can be a gentleman at other times, but when playing games you should be a demon. I think all men should have 2 sides to them. Those 2 sides to them. You need to let your demon out, Satoshi-kun. You're native to Hinamizawa, so never forget that you have the demon's blood running through your veins. You listening? Satoshi-kun!
I am. I'm not sure, but...
What aren't you sure about? We're talking about you. So... Whoa! Satoshi-kun suddenly started stroking my head. He looked delighted for some reason. A blush immediately spread across my face. I didn't know how to respond.
You're giving me advice, right? Thanks. I'll do my best.
Hey, don't you try to fool me.
I'm not. I'm just happy that you care about me.
I couldn't resist his hand. I couldn't help mumbling like he does.
Satoshi-kun ran back to the field, leaving me red as a beet.
Do you feel good when you have your head stroked?
Depends. If it were you, I'd have to teach you a new martial arts technique.
What a shame. Alright, everyone gather around. Why don't you split into groups and have a practice match?
The Hinamizawa fighters are sort of a lazy team. The members gather simply to enjoy playing baseball, not to fight for victory. The Okinomiya Titans use this field too, but they practice on a different day of the week. They always train hard using dumbbells and stuff. Our team split into 2 groups and started a match, retaining their loose atmosphere. I'll keep track of the score. Coach, do you have a pencil?
Thanks for helping out. Here.
I took the pencil and the clipboard. I didn't know how to differentiate between recording hits and errors at first, but by now I was used to it. Show me what you got, Satoshi-kun! Oh, maybe you'll be a bit too much pressure if I cheer for you too excessively. Just do okay then. That doesn't sound very encouraging either. Do your best. Time passed slowly that Sunday. Huge white clouds appeared in the sky. They made me feel healthy. Humans are born to be active under the sun. One of the parents was acting as an umpire today, so Irie sat on the bench with me. He shouted words of encouragement to the kids while they ran to their positions. Any other baseball coach would constantly berate them, but he was much more generous, like a kindergarten teacher. He let the kids have fun while watching over them. To other baseball players, it might look a little naive. I'm surprised you guys can do well with only a small amount of practice.
Kids in Hinamizawa romp around every day, so the amount of exercise they get surpasses that of city kids. Besides, too much training's not always effective.
Wow, you think completely differently than the Okinomiya Titans. I can understand why their coach hates you.
It's not about being right. Matches exist for someone to win, after all. So prioritizing victory certainly isn't wrong. I think it's admirable to aim for victory together. But the goal of our team doesn't happen to be victory, that's all.
The Hinamizawa Fighters and the Okinomiya Titans had been rivals for a long time. Both teams shared the same baseball field, for one thing. And originally there was only one team, but the people living in Hinamizawa left and made their own. Anyhow, we were rivals. The Okinomiya Titans were strictly about winning, and the Hinamizawa Fighters were just about having fun. Surprisingly, our scores weren't that different, which meant our team had something they didn't. Even though I couldn't put into words, I knew what made that happen. Hey, Team 1, no slacking. You can make up that 2-point difference pretty easily. Team 2, no slacking either. Still, some parents would criticize our coach for being too lenient, but still others would strongly agree with him. Which side would I take? The latter? I couldn't really say for sure. The reason for this was that Irie had an obnoxious habit of sexual harassment. In particular, he had a fascination with maids, but I should talk about that some other time. Satoshi-kun let the ball pass twice to see its trajectory, then hit it on the 3rd pitch and ran to first base. Oh, he did it! He's so good when he's relaxed.
In the beginning, he used to get tired very easily. He's improved quite a lot since then.
He really does look kinda like a bookworm. I wonder why he started playing baseball in the first place. All the other kids who joined the baseball team loved baseball. They'd go out to play in the fields outside of practice. That's why they all had an aptitude for it. But Sis never said that Satoshi-kun exercises intensively in school or anywhere else. He only likes to read. That's why I didn't understand why he started playing for the team to begin with.
Atropos of the $2, a very obnoxious habit, an understatement. Yeah, underselling it just a little bit, perhaps.
That's because I invited him.
Is that so? You recruited him? Did you notice some sort of hidden talent?
Excuse me, can I have a cup of barley tea? Ah, thank you.
Irie asked for tea in a suspicious manner. While he constantly joked around, I knew he was actually a very mature person. I assumed he was trying to evade my question. Is there a particular reason? Irie pretended he didn't hear me, but I pressed him on it. In response, he shrugged and began answering the question.
I think you might be able to guess.
What would be Mion Sonozaki's guess? I quickly searched through the data I had on Satoshi-kun. I came up with Satoshi-kun's family circumstances. He lost his parents in an accident a year ago. Since then, he's been having a tough time at his uncle's home. So you invited him so that he could vent?
Sports are great. You can free yourself through exercise. I thought that as long as he concentrated on something else, he could forget about his troubles at home.
You know he's sort of usually a daydreamer, zoning out all the time. Is he still stressed? I knew Satoshi-kun must be suffering, even though he didn't look like it. but Mion Sonozaki never pays attention to things like that, and I had to act like she does.
Satoshi-kun got really sick after his uncle took him into custody. He had many clinical symptoms, but the causes were unknown.
Satoshi-kun often got sick after he was taken into his uncle's custody. He suffered from fatigue and migraines. He suffered from a lack of energy and sleeplessness. The coach, Dr. Irie, soon realized Satoshi-kun was suffering from a psychological disorder. Most of the people in Hinamizawa knew how bad Satoshi-kun's environment was. It was natural for him to become sick because he entered that bad environment right after his parents' death.
Satoshi-kun cannot express himself freely. Whether it's crying or simply being agitated, he's not good at handling those emotions.
That's true. I can't imagine him being angry or crying.
Did you know Satoshi-kun's mother had been married a few times already?
Yeah. I know a little bit about that. Satoshi-kun's mother had married a number of men over the years. That meant Satoshi-kun had several stepfathers. He had to deal with strangers coming into his home multiple times, so he was forced to be mature.
Satoshi-kun is mentally underdeveloped. He isn't aware of it himself, though. He didn't have enough time to laugh, cry, and throw tantrums in his childhood. He was forced to become a grown-up in just a short time.
That doesn't sound right.
Children have to behave like children in order to grow. There's nothing positive about being forced to become an adult.
Not only was Satoko's current relationship with her aunt conspicuously terrible, I heard that her relationship with her previous stepfathers weren't good either. Satoko always caused problems, and Satoshi-kun would always step in to protect her. Also, hi Lambda Delta.
I thought his physical symptoms came from stress. His body was trying to warn him.
That's why Irie invited Satoshi-kun onto the baseball team. He told Satoshi that he needed a new member, or something like that.
He hesitated at first, but after I talked to him at the clinic a few times, he began to open up to me. First, I invited him to come see the practice. Then I suggested he try batting. I eased him into it.
Sports worked excellently for Satoshi-kun. His health quickly improved, and he started to become interested in baseball. He practiced batting. He was soon able to swing beautifully, and he learned how to see the trajectory of the ball. I can imagine that. He likes to read, so he must have read a book titled How to Play Baseball or something like that.
He has become a good batter very quickly. He put forth a lot of effort. Though I wish he could actually hit when it comes down to the wire, too.
Are you guys close?
No, I think so. He talks to me about his problems, so I guess that's a sign of trust.
I felt a little jealous of how confidently Irie said that. While Satoshi-kun and I were friends, we weren't so close that he'd open up to each other like that.
Oh, are you jealous?
About what? Taken aback, I blushed. Irie started laughing at me.
Please stay as his good friend.
Well, yeah. I'm trying. I didn't know what I was saying.
You know, regarding Satoshi-kun, he seems a little sick again lately. What?
Thwack. The ball flew to the left. But the left fielder managed to catch it. It seemed that the relationship between Satoko and her aunt had gotten worse lately. It was obvious his sickness had something to do with that.
Their aunt is bullying Satoko-chan in a terrible way. She's become worn out after all that. And
so, Satoshi-kun is also worn out. From covering for Satoko, isn't he? I wasn't interested in Satoko, so I switched the subject back to Satoshi-kun. I didn't know much about Satoko. I knew that she was a big part of Satoshi-kun's life, but I'd never been interested in her until today. She must have been building up self-esteem and taking care of her unreliable brother. That was all I knew about her. But considering Satoshi-kun's personality, even that goofiness of his might have been an act. Maybe he was trying to make her feel good about herself by letting her take care of him, if only unconsciously. When he's alone, he's surprisingly strong. I realized that only recently, so I couldn't help but think that his whole life is constantly affected by Satoko. Satoshi-kun managed to get along with his stepfathers even though he experienced some stress. He was even getting along with his aunt. But in order to protect Satoko, he always had to step in and suffer. I didn't really know anything about Satoko, but I had to admit, I felt hostile toward her. I felt jealous because she was monopolizing him.
it seems that their aunt has been tyrannizing Satoko-chan even more lately. That must be what's causing Satoshi-kun's sickness.
Irie heaved a sigh. As he said, Satoshi-kun had been absent a few times lately. He seemed a bit tired, too. He looked normal when around everybody else, but he looked a bit depressed when he was alone. So you invited him to join the team to relieve his stress, didn't you?
Yes, that's right.
But he looks stressed again now. How can we save him this time?
I don't know.
Irie smiled powerlessly. I couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed about that, because Satoshi-kun put his trust in him.
Just between you and me, Satoshi-kun recently told me that he wanted to leave the team.
How come?
He claimed that he was tired of it. That's what he said. But I believe he actually wants to spend more time with Satoko-chan. He thinks that Satoko-chan might end up being tortured while he's at practice. I think he's concerned about that.
No, yeah, to Grifter's point, like, I do genuinely think from Shion's, like, overall, like, dialogue and stuff, I do, believe that Shion does struggle a bit with, like, empathy, and I also, there are some other things that I have, like, sort of speculations about regarding, like, Shion and her feelings towards Satoko in specific, but those are things that I can't quite talk about until later, so...
I was left speechless for a while. Satoko again. Satoko. Why did Satoshi-kun have to sacrifice so much for her? Just by ignoring her, his stress would melt away. Of course, I knew he couldn't do that. If that were the case, then the blame lay with his little sister. I knew how badly she'd been treated. But that only happened because she made things worse for herself. It was her fault that she couldn't establish a decent relationship with her aunt. If Satoko were more mature like Satoshi-kun, her home life wouldn't have gotten so bad. Satoshi-kun wouldn't have to suffer those indirect blows. In the meantime, the baseball team's practice match had become one-sided. It wasn't even worth watching anymore. The members of the losing team were just goofing off. The sky had turned cloudy, too. It was depressing. It didn't look like it would rain soon, though. The gray sky hadn't brought along any cool air. It just felt disgusting. Irie became quiet. He was looking down around his feet. I, meanwhile, just stared at Satoshi-kun. To me, he didn't look active anymore. He was once able to enjoy playing baseball, and he felt fine. But he got sick again, just because the relationship between Satoko and her aunt had deteriorated. I couldn't help but say it. Shouldn't we do something about Satoko instead? It was just a murmur, but Irie had definitely caught it.
What do you mean, Senozaki-san?
It's not that complicated. If Satoko were stronger, Satoshi-kun wouldn't have to deal with the stress. I think Satoko is the cause of everything.
I don't know about that.
Yes, you do. If she didn't cause any trouble, he wouldn't have to step in, would he? He wouldn't have to take in over the fight between Satoko and her aunt, right? Satoshi-kun never got scared of any trouble, no matter how formidable the enemy. He'd bravely stand up to protect the weak. I knew that because I could vividly imagine it. Whenever their aunt chid Satoko, Satoshi-kun steps in to protect her. The aunt probably didn't like it. Though Satoshi-kun didn't have to fight, the aunt would attack him anyway. The fight would then be between the aunt and him. Satoko might then tease the aunt by sticking out her tongue, hiding behind his back, and pretending to be scared. She'd never think about how deeply he was being hurt. Because of Satoko, Satoshi-kun had been cornered and stressed.
I'm surprised to hear this from you, Sonozaki-san. I thought you were Satoko-chan's friend, her classmate. A big sister kind of figure. I thought you'd always be on her side. But what you've said is surprising to me.
Irie looked at me suspiciously. I could tell what he was thinking about me. I'd said too much. Mion Sonozaki and Satoshi Hojo are friends. They're close, so Mion should have been encouraging her after the situation at home got tougher. That's what Mion was supposed to do. I had totally forgotten about that, and spoken as myself. It's only natural that Irie would give me a suspicious look. He might end up changing his impression of Mion Sonozaki entirely. I'd have to apologize to her about this and ask her to put things right. I totally messed up. Even so, I don't think I'd said anything wrong. I'd objectively looked at the situation and made a modest proposal. To be honest, I was simply afraid that he might leave the team. I could go to the school in Hinamizawa, so that I couldn't go to the school in Hinamizawa, so the baseball field was the only place where I could see him. I could even say that he was my reason for living. That's right. I was in love with him, but I wasn't going to tell him how I felt, for I was satisfied just being by his side. I certainly couldn't ask for anything more. After all, I couldn't reveal my true identity. I had to pretend to be Mion in order to live in Okinomiya. I thought that maybe I should leave Okinomiya in order to be free. But that's stupid. No matter how tough my life might be, I prefer to be here, with Satoshi-kun stroking my head every now and then. Why did I love him that much? I read about it in some manga once. You don't need a reason to be in love. I was surprised at myself for being like this. Calm down, Shiona. I breathed out slowly, then held my breath, trying to slow my throbbing heart. I felt a bit calmer. At that point, a clear thought came into my head. I want to be with Satoshi-kun. So, I want him to stay on the team. So, I want to get rid of his concerns and his stress. So what? So, what can I do to achieve all that? My head started to cool down as I heard the umpire shout,
Game set and match!
Some days I see him, some days I don't. The clear sky gets cloudy, and rain will always stop eventually. I thought his absence was just like that, but he was actually on the verge of breakdown. Notebook, page 19. The rainy season was just around the corner, and the air had become so humid that my shirt stuck to my skin. It had been a few weeks since Satoshi-kun stopped showing up for baseball practice.
No, yeah, I definitely don't disagree with a lot of chat's assessments here. But I do think it is very it is still very interesting and well written, in my opinion. To see how Shion's own experiences color her bias, especially as a very young person with a lot of weird fucked up trauma that she hasn't really reconciled or understood. Or attempted to understand, so she just takes her experiences as very default and sort of assumes these things and has these sort of perspectives. It's very interesting to me to see that I don't know, I feel like there's a big temptation in a lot of stories to be oh, well, you're supposed to like this character, so we have to make them completely flawless and have no problematic perspectives or whatever. But Shion is just kind of being a piece of shit here. but it is interesting. It's an interesting little caveat to her character. It's kind of interesting.
I looked for him as I arrived at the field. He's not here yet. Did he get here too early?
Oh, whoops. Closed out of the window by accident. 1 second. There we go.
I want to see him playing in the field right when I get here. I had started arriving late because of those feelings. However, he wasn't here today either. I didn't even bother hiding my disappointment anymore. Everybody knew by now how I felt. The team members from Mion's class came over to try and console me, but I shooed them away.
What's going on, Sonozaki-san? Are you feeling sick?
Even Irie couldn't comfort me. I was aware that he too knew why I was like this. I'm going home. I don't feel like watching this practice today.
Look, we're having a meeting with the Okinomiya Titans later. I wanted you to be there because you're our manager.
Don't treat me like a manager. I never agreed to be one. Irie looked down, not knowing what to say.
All right. Please help us again when you feel like it.
Maybe I won't be coming back. If you really need a manager, look for somebody else.
Please do come again, whenever you feel like it. Satoshi-kun will be sad if you're not here when he comes back.
I ignored him and turned around. I had already set up my schedule with Mion, so I didn't need to ask her every time anymore. I tried to contact her a couple times to ask how Satoshi-kun had been doing in school, but I hadn't been able to get through to her. Apparently, the hag had sensed that I might be in contact with Sis. In other words, Sis was being watched. As a result, it hasn't been easy to contact her. Kasai, who had been helping me contact her, seemed to have also been marked. People knew he was loyal to me. I hadn't seen him for a while either. All I could do was wonder how Satoshi-kun was doing. I was frustrated because there was no way for me to know. My head was filled with worries, but something surprised me out of the blue. Somebody called out to me when I was about to leave the field on my bike.
Mi-chan, hello.
I'd never seen this girl before. Luckily, she called me Mi-chan. There's only one person who refers to Mion that way as far as I know.
Rena, I'm surprised to see you here.
Her name is Reina Ryugu. Her real name is Reina, but she wants to be called Rena, so that's what we call her. She moved here in April. I had some information on her, but it was all ambiguous. Sis was a bit uncertain about her since she's so new. It was hard for me to handle someone like that. I didn't know how to act around her as Mion. So I decided to pretend to be in an obviously sulky mood. That way she wouldn't talk to me as much, assuming that Mion was simply feeling bad. Well, that's how I really am anyway.
Are you going home, Mi-chan?
Yeah,
Are you not feeling well?
sorry.
Let's go together then.
I wanted to say that I'd rather be alone, but there's only one road to Hinamizawa, so asking to be alone would look odd. The only way not to seem suspicious would be to walk home with her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. I really like this scene, because you don't really get to see Shion and Rena interact that much. Even if Rena doesn't know that it's her, it's still like, it's an unusual character pairing. Rena quietly nodded. I unlocked my bike.
Mi-chan, do you have an umbrella?
Nope.
It might rain soon, so let's hurry a bit, since you don't have one.
As she predicted, we were attacked by pouring rain on our way. We ended up taking shelter in a small shack in front of a bus stop.
It's pouring. But it doesn't look like it's gonna last long, since the sky over there is clear.
Yeah. I heard the sound of rain pattering on the rooftop and raindrops jumping into puddles. It sounded loud, but it made me feel strangely calm. I zoned out for a moment. Then Rena talked to me while looking up at the rainy sky.
I was worried about you, 'cause you looked so down.
All the baseball team members knew I was depressed, but I hadn't seen Satoshi-kun recently. Most of them attend the school in Hinamizawa, so it wasn't surprising that she knew as well. I hadn't been able to contact Sis these past few weeks, but I was sure she had an idea of how I feel about Satoshi-kun, and how I would feel if he didn't come to his baseball practice. Sis was probably pretending to act a little depressed during her day-to-day in Hinamizawa to avoid creating a big gap between our moods. But neither of us knew the details about the other right now, so she wouldn't be able to answer if only others asked her what was wrong. She'd only be able to say, "Leave me alone." That might lead to more people to become worried. Rena must have thought Mion was depressed. That must be why she came all the way to see me. She must have known what was going on because she knew that I was at the baseball field.
Do you feel lonely because Satoshi-kun is avoiding us?
Having deduced what's been going on with Satoshi-kun from what she just said, he'd been distancing himself from others lately because of his exhaustion. That's what it sounded like, at least.
He looked like he was very worried about Satoko-chan.
I think he's really on edge. I feel bad for him. He really cares about his sister. He has a lot of courage. What I'd said sounded hollow, as I knew too well how much of a burden Satoko had become.
But I think he'd feel even worse if you also looked that depressed. I think.
I don't want that.
I know. But if you really don't, then you need to smile for him. Otherwise he might really feel cornered. I know you're strong. You can smile, even if it's just pretend. So I want you to smile no matter what. You know that lies can become true sometimes?
What she was saying in a nutshell was this. Both Satoshi-kun and Satoko were totally wiped out. If Mion was also depressed, even though she's the sort of person who usually lightens the mood, their situation would be stuck in a vicious cycle. Rena sounded more like she was trying to give me advice than trying to console me. She must be more mature than she looks. Sis told me that she was a funny girl with a few bad habits, but she seemed to have another, very mature side to her.
Do you love Satoshi-kun?
Yeah. Though I shouldn't have told her that. I immediately responded.
In that case, why don't you smile?
Rena smiled herself.
I believe Satoshi-kun will feel better if he sees your smile. I know you feel powerless now, but your smile will give him strength.
I know what you're saying, but it's not that easy. Rena giggled and nodded.
He'll come back after he's done with his part-time job.
His part-time job? I almost asked that question, but I managed to stop myself. From the tone of Rena's voice, it sounded like it was something everyone knew. His part-time job, huh? Wonder when it'll end.
Until he has enough money, I guess. But he'll finish by Satoko-chan's birthday at the latest.
I tried to figure out what was going on from what she said. I had to listen very carefully to uncover the whole picture. Satoshi-kun seemed to be working in order to make some money. I don't think it's easy to find a job when you're still in school. Sis might have had something to do with it. His job only seemed temporary, and it seemed to have something to do with Satoko's birthday. It wasn't that difficult to figure out. Satoshi was working and saving up to buy his little sister something expensive for her birthday. He was trying to comfort her, even though he was so torn up himself. Satoko again. Satoshi-kun was already worn out because of her, and he was now working for her sake, even though he was exhausted. How stupid. It would be easier for him to just forget about Satoko. I was startled when I realized Rena was looking straight into my eyes. She was smiling, but her eyes looked creepy. I never voiced what I was thinking, but she was looking at me as though she figured out that I was blaming Satoko. She beamed when she noticed my fear. She smiled as though she understood that I thought that way because of love. She was giving me the creeps. I could hear thunder roar in the distance. The rain began to pick up.
Do you feel jealous of Satoko-chan because she monopolizes Satoshi-kun?
I avoided answering immediately this time, but Rena seemed to know what I was thinking already.
I wouldn't be upset even if you did. That's just how it is when you're in love.
Thanks.
You've been encouraging Satoko-chan despite that. That's admirable.
Of course I have. She's my friend. I sounded so fake. I felt like spitting on the floor.
All we can do is encourage Satoko-chan and Satoshi-kun. I don't know how to save them from their situation.
Satoko is relying on Satoshi-kun way too much. If she were stronger, he wouldn't have to suffer in her place.
You sound really straightforward.
Rena nodded with an unflinching smile, even though my remarks could be taken as harsh. What was this mysterious girl thinking? It was difficult to get a read on her.
Maybe Satoshi-kun feels that way a little too.
Rena kept smiling, but her smile looked strangely cold.
I think he's tired of protecting Satoko-chan, and he's aware of that.
Given the type of person Rena is, I don't think she'd say something if she wasn't certain of it. Because of that, she must have been confident in what she just told me. Why do you think that?
He said so.
What? Satoshi-kun secretly confessed to her. Rena asked me to keep it that way.
Satoshi-kun told me that he felt tired of protecting Satoko-chan. He was feeling guilty, though.
I don't think he would say something like that. But, however, it wasn't likely that Rena was lying. I just met her, so I didn't know what made me feel that way. But my hunch told me that she was telling the truth. I heaved a huge sigh. Satoshi-kun must have gotten so tired that he couldn't help telling someone. Even so, even if he thought that way, he wouldn't tell somebody so easily. Maybe Rena led him to do so. She might be capable of something like that. I don't understand. This girl. It had only been a little while since we'd met, but I already started talking about something I was keeping deep inside me. Does she have some kind of supernatural power to reach into people's minds and drag out what they're thinking? It suddenly hit me that I was sitting with this creepy girl in a tiny shack. I'd been dragged into her strange world. I don't think Sis had realized Rena's real personality. She thinks Rena is just a funny girl with some strange habits. She would have told me if she knew.
I guess Satoshi-kun must trust you a lot if he confessed that to you.
I'm a little jealous.
It's not because he trusts me. I think it's because I've experienced the same thing.
You what? Did you also have to cover for your siblings once?
Those footsteps always followed me. They even came to my bedside and looked down at me.
Huh? Sorry, Rena. What are you talking about? I turned around to face her and got the chills. Though she was smiling, her eyes looked ice cold. I trembled and froze with my eyes open.
Have you experienced anything like that? I guess not. Probably.
Rena kept laughing self-derisively. I tried to figure out what she was saying.
Have you ever thought of leaving Hinamizawa and moving to a big city? Have you ever thought of doing something like that?
I didn't know how to respond. Rena waited for my answer, urging me to speak with her silence. No. I love it here.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? I knew that.
It didn't seem like a good idea to lie to her. Rena had some kind of power I can't grasp. She can read people's minds just by the slightest change in their expressions, so I had to tell her the truth.
You'll be okay if that's true. Oyashiro-sama wouldn't get mad at you.
Oyashiro-sama? Oyashiro-sama. That's Hinamizawa's guardian deity. I couldn't understand why she mentioned that name. My mind stopped for a moment.
That's right. Oyashiro-sama.
She calmly repeated the name as if trying to teach me something. Yeah, I remember. Oyashiro-sama never allows heathens to desecrate Hinamizawa. Oyashiro-sama never allows the villagers to leave either. Those are the rules. Slowly, I recalled the fear of the curse which supposedly caused the dismemberment murder and the death of the Hojo couple. When I was sent to the institution, I had this fear. I was scared that if I went to that faraway boarding school, I'd fall into the curse. But I should be okay. I escaped from the school and returned to my hometown, to Okonomiya, to be precise. But it should be okay, according to the kids' rules, because I love Hinamizawa. The hag forces me to live this suffocating life, but I still chose to stay in this place. I don't believe I'm breaking Oyashiro-sama's rules. Even though the Sonozaki family had selfishly banished me to a remote place, I came back here anyway. Oyashiro-sama should even bless me for that. I guess I'm trying to convince myself that the curse doesn't apply to me. But I think I'm still afraid of it. I love this place, so I don't think I qualify for Oyashiro-sama's curse. You could even call me a model villager.
Yes, I think so too. But I'm not sure about Satoshi-kun.
Why?
Satoshi-kun wants to leave Hinamizawa and run far away, even if only unconsciously.
Huh? I gave an inaudible cry. While I was feeling sad that Satoshi-kun hadn't shown up for practice, he still lived in Hinamizawa, so I'd never even considered the thought of him going away. Are you saying that he wants to skip town?
Yes. He's not aware of it himself, though. He probably didn't notice it until Oyashiro-sama stood by his bed.
I still had no idea what she was talking about. I continued to try figuring out what she was saying.
Everything he's going through is a sign of Oyashiro-sama's curse. You feel like someone's watching you from a distance, and it follows you, and it watches from right behind you. After that, you start hearing an extra footstep. It only happens outside at first, but you start hearing it even inside your house after a while. Then, Oyashiro-sama keeps watching you even when you're sleeping in the dark, right by your side, waiting, silently, for you to admit your sin. Satoshi-kun told me that he was having nightmares at first, so I asked him what kind of dreams he was having, and those dreams he was having, as it turned out, were just like mine. I warned him that the presence would become bigger. He'd hear an extra footstep and feel the presence watching him in his sleep. I told him to come to me if that ever happened. He must have been suspicious at first, but just as I predicted, he started to feel Oyashiro-sama's presence more strongly. He finally realized he could talk to me about it. Rena didn't look like she was joking. She just calmly told me what had been going on. I couldn't even move. I couldn't tell her if her words were a joke or the truth. I could only feel stunned. I'm from Hinamizawa originally, but I moved to Ibaraki Prefecture right before I went to elementary school. However, when I couldn't adjust to my new environment, Oyashiro-sama frequently started telling me to return to Hinamizawa in my head. But I couldn't do anything since I was just a little kid. I was forced to live there, though I felt threatened by Oyashiro-sama's voice. Then...
Rena paused. It looked like she didn't want to go into the details of what followed. In general, she confused me even more.
Anyway, I was able to come back here in the end. Oyashiro-sama forgave me. I haven't felt his presence anymore since then. Satoshi-kun's being subjected to the curse, even though he's in Hinamizawa. Why? There can only be one reason. It's because he wishes to abandon Hinamizawa. Oyashiro-sama won't allow that. After a series of inner monologues, he confessed. You know he's working part-time, don't you? The teddy bear he's getting for Satoko-chan costs about 100,000 yen, and he's trying to get the money by her birthday. Have you noticed it yet? Think about it like this. If he had that amount of money, that'd be enough for him to run away somewhere far from here. He unconsciously started to think about that, about leaving Satoko-chan behind, but he'd feel very guilty. As you pointed out, Satoko-chan is a burden on him. He's not stupid, so he's aware of that. He just doesn't want to admit it, because he's the one who's supposed to protect his little sister. He's been struggling with himself. He thinks he's working to please Satoko-chan on her birthday. But he also feels that he might be deceiving himself, because he unconsciously wants to skip town with that money. I don't think he should run away. Even if he did, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Oyashiro-sama knows that. That's why Oyashiro-sama's trying to warn him. I hope Satoshi-kun stops thinking of abandoning Satoko-chan. He's working hard to make it to Satoko-chan's birthday, which is a couple of days after the Watanagashi festival. He's pushing himself too hard. He believes it'll end when Satoko-chan's birthday comes. The curse keeps cautioning him, while he tries to figure out whether he should leave or continue protecting her.
The torrential rain didn't seem to want to stop. It kept pouring down on the galvanized iron roof, producing a loud noise. Yet in the shack, it fell completely silent. What the hell was Rena talking about? I couldn't grasp even half of what she was saying. The only thing I had figured out is that Satoshi-kun was struggling, confused, and in lots of pain. He's suffering from Oyashiro-sama's curse? And Rena has experienced that before? The Watanagashi festival was right around the corner. Oyashiro-sama's curse had struck 3 years in a row. There was no guarantee that it wouldn't strike a fourth time. Satoshi-kun was subject to Oyashiro-sama's curse even now. Was he going to skip town? Was he going to be the next victim of Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, he might disappear forever. Could I do something to prevent it? If I didn't do anything, it would all come to a hopeless end. End? I started feeling a sense of dread. I didn't buy the crazy story Rena just told me. But if something really was happening to Satoshi-kun, which might bring about some kind of end, I couldn't help feeling scared. It's true, isn't it? My instinct is always correct. I decided to contact Mion despite the danger. Mion got upset at first, but she had to listen to me. Sis, what's going on with Satoshi-kun?
He looks really stressed out. I can't even talk to him.
What do you mean? You don't know what's going on because you can't talk to him?
Sorry.
Sis, give me another chance to trade spots again.
That's fine. But I'm kind of busy lately attending meetings for the festival. What are you planning to do? Another part-time job?
I'm going to your school. Notebook page 21.
Why don't I relate my encounter with that creepy girl in the rain? Her name is Rena Ryugu. Her real first name is Reina. I have no idea what kind of girl she really is. One thing is certain, she has no relation to the Sonozaki family. She has no relation to the three families as a whole either. The Ryugu family used to live in Hinamizawa, but then they moved to Ibaraki. That was before she went to elementary school. They returned to Hinamizawa some years later. Rena Ryugu said she came back because Oyashiro-sama told her to. I don't know what that means. She said it was the curse of Oyashiro-sama, that Oyashiro-sama had stalked her. I think that was probably a hallucination, but Satoshi-kun had been interested in that experience. She said that Satoshi-kun was also experiencing Oyashiro-sama's curse. Satoshi-kun told her that he was being followed by some unknown existence. He was surprised to learn that Rena had the same experience as him. What is Oyashiro-sama's curse? Why did Rena and Satoshi-kun have a similar experience? I believe that means somebody put them under surveillance. Somebody must be spying on the next victim of the curse. Since Rena and Satoshi-kun both blindly believed in Oyashiro-sama's curse, they interpreted it as Oyashiro-sama's presence. If paranoia kicked in, they'd feel as if they were experiencing paranormal phenomena. Judging from what Rena said, it seems that Satoshi-kun had been put on surveillance since long before Watanagashi. So, one question comes to mind. Why were they watching Rena? I'm assuming that the surveillance was placed on a victim-to-be of that year. If so, I don't understand why Rena went through it. Why did they watch her, even though she was living so far away? If she was considered somebody who abandoned the village, I could understand, but she didn't fall victim in the end. Maybe she was forgiven because she came back to Hinamizawa. I guess she still knows something I don't.
Oh boy. And notebook page 24.
Satoshi-kun looked terrible. When he went home, he had to mediate a fight between Satoko and their aunt. He became mentally exhausted. He went to work every day. He became physically exhausted. He no longer communicated with his classmates. He's either slept on his desk, or was gone somewhere during lunch break. He used to be really gentle. It was painful to see him suffering like that. On top of all that, he was dealing with the curse of Oyashiro-sama. He must have been completely, totally, and absolutely exhausted. That curse was a form of surveillance by those planning to victimize Satoshi-kun that year. That means that the other victim was in the same situation. Satoshi-kun's aunt had also been watched. Did she notice any presence? What about the others? Did the victims of the previous incidents also experience it? I need to investigate the facts in order to prove the curse on Satoshi-kun was actually just surveillance. Is it surveillance? Paranoia? Or really the curse?
President, if you would. For a moment, I forgot the class president was me. All rise! Looks like you didn't get enough sleep. I know it's been very hot at night lately, but try to get as much sleep as you can. All right, everyone? Yes, ma'am! I'm not sure this place can be called a school, because there are so many different age groups. It's kind of like a kindergarten and an elementary school blended together. Since I'd heard already about what this place was like, I didn't feel that uncomfortable. It wasn't too difficult to act like Mion here. As Sis told me, Satoshi-kun looked exhausted. I said hi to him, but he ignored me. Since I knew what he'd been going through, his pain looked apparent to me. I was interested in another person in this classroom. Satoko, Satoshi-kun's little sister. She looked as worn out as Satoshi-kun, emotionless like an abandoned doll. Everybody in this room was aware of their circumstances, but no one could do anything for them. So they just acted as though nothing was wrong. Sorry, just adjusting in my chair. Mion will only let me have this one day. If I slacked off even a little bit, today would be over with quickly. I had to figure out what I should do in this limited time. I should probably talk to Satoshi-kun. About what? Anything goes. Cheer him up, sympathize with him, anything will do. More than anything, I just wanted to chat with him. However, Sis had told me. She said Satoshi-kun didn't communicate much with her lately, and had distanced himself from her. I figured I shouldn't talk to him too casually. I wanted to, but maybe it was better to leave him alone. I needed to keep Sis's warnings in mind. But instead, I decided to ignore them. I looked for Satoshi-kun during lunch break.
He was walking as if looking for a place where he could be alone. I caught him in the hallway. Satoshi-kun. He turned around, startled by my voice. His facial expression surprised me. He was scowling, clearly a sign of rejection. But I couldn't hesitate. I'd lose my only chance if I did. Hey, how are you? He gave me a look as if saying, do I look fine to you? I never expected to see an expression like that on his face. I felt like my heart was being torn to pieces. As I looked down, he spoke to me. I felt a little glad, but the next thing he said changed that.
I'm fine. Is there anything else? I'll get going if there isn't. Because I want to be alone.
Okay. I guess you're tired from work. I'm sure you want some time to yourself. You're working today, too, right? Where at? Sis had found several jobs for him. He worked a few different places. He was helping out when necessary at any of the shops Mion introduced him to. As a result, he constantly had to do different tasks in a different environment almost every time. On top of that, he requested high-paying jobs for Mion because he wanted a large sum of money as soon as possible. In other words, he chose to mostly do manual labor. He was exhausted every day because he wasn't that physically strong.
Does it matter? And shouldn't you know because you helped me get the job?
Mion did help him get the job. Yet Satoshi-kun didn't look thankful for that opportunity. This wasn't like him at all. It made me feel sad. You're right. Sorry.
Is that all?
He sounded so harsh. Why was he being like that? Would he ever stroke my head again? I couldn't help my tears. They flowed onto my cheeks. Satoshi-kun looked confused for a moment, but then he frowned again. Sorry. The coach said he wanted you to come back to practice.
I told him I quit, so I won't be going back.
But maybe it's a good idea to work out from time to time, you know?
Not interested.
I didn't know why he was being so hostile towards me. Why did he hate me so much? I was left bewildered. Why? How come?
Because I'm busy with work. Isn't it obvious?
No, I didn't mean that. Why do you hate me so much?
Why don't you ask yourself?
Ask myself? What? What did I do? I don't understand, Satoshi-kun. I couldn't control my emotions any longer. Streaks of tears ran down my cheeks. Satoshi-kun gave me a hateful glare and walked away without saying another word. I couldn't even stop him. If I tried, he'd hurt me again with another cutting remark. I couldn't bear that, so I just watched him walk away. I wiped my tears and went back to the classroom. I heard somebody crying from inside. What's going on? I looked around the room to see. It was Satoko. I saw her bento box on the floor. I asked one of her classmates what happened, and it seemed that Satoko had bumped into somebody's shoulder when she stood up to go wash the box out. That was all. But Satoko was crying as if afraid she was going to be chided badly. What happened was very minor. She could just pick up the bento box and things would be fine. It looked like the lid came a little loose, but it was definitely fixable. She didn't have to cry like that. Yet Satoko started begging through her tears. Help! Help me! Nini! Because of what happened with Satoshi-kun, I couldn't suppress my emotions very well. So instead, they exploded. Yeah, a fair warning, by the way. You probably know what's going to happen here, but Shiona's gonna get really fucking mean about this shit to a child who really doesn't deserve it, so if that's gonna be rough for you, you might want to take a moment to mentally prepare yourself. I stormed up to Satoko while elbowing her classmates aside. I grabbed her by the head, then threw her into the wall. Satoko screamed. She didn't seem to understand what had happened. She was shedding tears and shivering. She must be wondering why I did that. Do you know why I did that? Help! Nini! Satoko cried for her brother's help again, and so I grabbed her head and threw her again. Satoko stumbled and crashed into a desk. The desk fell and the contents of the drawer scattered about. Satoko didn't even stand up. She just crouched and trembled while looking up at me.
Help! Help! Nini! Nini!
If you weren't like that, Satoshi-kun wouldn't have to suffer. Don't you get it? That's what I wanted to say, but I was too angry to utter another word. I picked up a bunch of textbooks from the floor and threw them at her face. Cry as much as you want, but nothing's going to change! Why are you crying? Because you think somebody's going to help you? You don't have any idea what he has to go through to protect you, do you? Do you understand that? Do you understand what you're doing? You shouldn't exist. Die if you don't want to suffer. Go fuck yourself. Don't hurt Satoshi-kun. You deserve to die alone. You just deserve to die.
Nini! Nini!
Her desperate cries only increased my irritation. Stop crying! Don't call your brother for help! Stop it! If you weren't like that, if only you... I kept on throwing things at her. Satoko curled up to protect herself and cried even harder. At that point, a girl with long hair ran up and huddled over her. I knew who that was. Rika Furude, one of Satoko's only friends.
Please don't hurt her. She's in a poor situation, so please don't hurt her. It doesn't matter how pathetic she is. She couldn't rely on Satoshi-kun all the time. Stop spoiling her! Satoshi-kun has to suffer so much because of her! No! Stop! Don't hurt her! Rika also became the target of my anger. I'm trying to teach her something here. If you keep getting in the way, I'll crack your head open! I grabbed a chair and lifted it over my head. It wouldn't hurt only a little if I threw this thing at them. Rika tightly closed her eyes and covered Satoko with her body. I didn't care what the consequences would be. I didn't care if I hurt them. Stop! Michan! Rena returned to the classroom and shouted at me. Then, Satoshi-kun rushed in while pushing Rena aside. Seeming to have grasped the situation immediately, he charged straight at me. Until my body had hit the locker, I didn't understand what had happened. There was a loud crashing noise. I'd left a dent in it. I crouched there in pain. Satoko, are you alright? Nini! Satoko pushed Rika aside, jumped at her brother, and started crying again. What happened? Why were you treated like that? Why? I didn't do anything, but Mion-san, she suddenly... What's going on, Mion? Satoshi-kun shouted at me while clutching his sister. He looked fierce. What did Satoko do to deserve this? What did we do? Why do we always have to suffer like this? Why? Why? He released Satoko and rushed up to me, grabbing me by the neck. You said that I should ask myself, didn't you? So why don't you ask yourself? Ask what? I know you feel she's a burden on you. You always have to suffer because of her. You know that, right? If she were stronger, you wouldn't have to suffer. She's the one to blame. I don't believe what I said was wrong. But after hearing it, Satoshi-kun went berserk. What the heck do you know? Satoshi-kun grabbed my hair and threw me to the wall just like I did to Satoko. However, I wasn't going to back down. I no longer had any control over my emotions at all. You spent so much time protecting her. She'll never stop relying on you until you stop doing that. What the hell do you know about us? What the heck do you know? You persecuted our parents, and now it's us? That's the way of the Sonozaki family, huh? You torture traitors for fun. It's fun? Is it fun? Is it fun bullying us? Huh? Stop it! That was Rena's voice. She stepped in looking as fierce as a demon. Satoshi-kun, please. Michan doesn't have any bad intentions. She wanted to help you, but she just lost control a little. Okay?
Satoshi-kun looked like he wanted to say something back, but he chose not to. You too, Mi-chan. I know how much you worry about Satoshi-kun, but you can't solve the problem like that. I think you understand, right? Since Satoshi-kun didn't say anything, I kept quiet too. Here, Satoko-chan. You don't have to cry just because you dropped your bento box, alright? Do you feel better now? Satoko, I'll pick up the bento for you. Rika started picking up the bento box while its owner continued to cry. Guys, can you help us clean up? The teacher will be back from the vegetable garden soon. This quarrel's over, so don't tell her about it. Okay? The classmates looked at each other and nodded, then started picking up the stuff on the floor. Here, Satoshi-kun, Mi-chan, why don't you guys shake hands as a sign of reconciliation? There. Sorry. I didn't mean to do this. Tears started to roll down my cheeks again. I'm sorry, too. You have nothing to do with our family situation. I'm sorry. Mi-chan, you should apologize to Satoko-chan now, okay? I was fine with apologizing to Satoshi-kun, but I didn't want to apologize to her. But the situation wouldn't be settled otherwise, so I reluctantly apologized. Satoko nodded, looking discouraged. After that, Rena let me go. My head ached, so I held it with both hands. What was that? What did I do? I didn't want to use this precious time to fight. Sis had warned me. She told me that I shouldn't talk to Satoshi-kun just like that. What did I come here for? I shouldn't have come here if I knew this was going to happen. Stupid, you're stupid, Shion! I was overcome by emotions because I was so worried about Satoshi-kun. When did things go wrong? Were they wrong from the beginning? I got into a fight with Satoshi-kun. This was totally the opposite of what I wanted. I regretted it. I hated myself for it. I couldn't blame myself enough. My world had been torn apart. I wished the sky would fall and kill me. Sis sounded both amazed and confused.
You know, I'm busy with festival preparations, but you certainly make things more complicated.
Sorry. Sis tried to say something, but then stopped in the middle. After listening to a few complaints, I started yelling at her about everything that happened today. Sis had to pretend that the trouble I caused today was her responsibility, which must have been very taxing for her. So I won't get the chance to trade spots for a while?
Hey, I think you should be more aware of the hassle I have to go through.
Yeah, you're right. Sis had been sympathetic, but maybe I pushed her too far this time. Of course she'd be hesitant to trade spots, considering what I did today. The atmosphere felt awkward, so we were both silent for a while.
If you were to get another chance, what would you do, Shion?
That was a reasonable question. I wasn't prepared to answer, though. If I had a chance to go to the school once again and see Satoshi-kun, what would I do? Would I apologize to him about today? I don't think that would work. That might even upset him again, no matter how hard I tried. Okay, here's something that he was saying. It was the Sonozaki family who'd been harassing his. It would only be natural for him to hold a grudge against us. But why was he only expressing that now? I've been a Sonozaki to him all along. Satoshi-kun stroked my head even though he knew I was Mion Sonozaki. Sis, do you think that Satoshi-kun is holding a grudge against the Sonozaki family?
I think so, yes.
It was our family that initiated the persecution of the Hojo family. She did. I mean, she didn't really mean it sincerely, but she said that she did. Making them into scapegoats. Even after the damn conflict, it wasn't easy for the Hojo family to live in Hinamizawa. Given all of that, it's not surprising that Satoshi-kun hates us. The Sonozaki family who put his family in a devastating situation. But why now? Why is he only expressing that grudge to us now? Why is this happening now? If he wanted to... If he had rejected me in the first place, I wouldn't have wanted to get close to him. My tears wet my cheeks. I didn't bother to wipe them. It's only natural for him to hold a grudge against the Sonozakis. There's nothing unusual about it. Rather, why has he been treating me like a friend? I knew how stupid this question was.
I think it's because he was mature.
I can't understand it. He'd been treating me as a friend because he was mature? But now that he'd become stressed mentally and physically, he decided to reject me? No matter how hard I thought about it, I couldn't find anything to fault him with. If there was somebody to blame, it'd be somebody I'd never accused before. Why did she decide to persecute the Hojo family?
Huh?
It was his parents who supported the dam project, right? Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with it. Why was he included? Why? Mion couldn't say anything in return. Actually, it wasn't at all hard to guess the reason. The hag didn't give any specific order to harass the Hojo family. She just thought the Hojo family was getting in the way. The people around her noticed what was bothering her and took steps to get rid of it. Though, of course, she must have known how influential her own words were. She didn't just think it. She gave what she must have known would be interpreted as an order. She's the one to blame for initiating the attack on the Hojo family. You said... sorry.
Give me just a second.
Okay, I'm good. You said before that the Furude priest wasn't mature because he didn't cooperate, right? Is this the same scenario? The Hojo family wasn't mature because they didn't act in accordance with the other villagers? That's why the hag decided to punish them, isn't it? Mion couldn't say anything in return, meaning that my accusation was the truth. They already punished the Hojo couple. Feel free to bring them to the torture room in the garden and chop their fingers off or something. But leave Satoshi-kun alone. Satoshi-kun has nothing to do with this. What did he do to deserve this? What did he do wrong? Answer me! Answer me, Mion! Mion!
Very well. Please take care of the matter. Goodbye.
Mion suddenly changed her tone and hung up. She must have done that to escape from my questions. I was furious. I started redialing the number, but I then remembered that we decided that she'd hang up the phone after using that phrase when she saw the hag coming. I doubted she actually saw the hag, but it was the rule, so I couldn't call back for a while. I went to the bathroom to wash my face and calm down. I turned the faucet. The water felt lukewarm. It didn't help me cool down at all. I'm disgusted by my own childishness. I just wanted to fill my void. I didn't care about him, considering that Satoshi-kun was very generous, but I don't know if I can forgive Satoko. That's a different story. Notebook page 26. I was looking up at the ceiling with my arms and legs spread out. It's not that I wasn't getting hungry. I didn't live with my parents. I didn't live in the school dorm. That meant I had to cook something myself when I wanted to eat. I knew that, but I still didn't feel like getting up. It had been several days since I began this empty life. It must be tomorrow. The Watanagashi festival, I mean. I heard the doorbell ringing. I ignored it at first, but it rung persistently. I started hearing knocking alongside Kasai's rude voice. Oh, hold on, I haven't used this one in a while.
Shion-san, please open up. I bought some food for you.
I didn't ask him to. He must have known that I hadn't eaten enough and that I was feeling down lately.
You haven't eaten, have you?
No, I'm not hungry. But when Kasai put the food on the table, my stomach reacted in a very primitive way by making some noise.
Your stomach is growling. I believe you need to eat.
I was hungry but had no appetite. I mean, I did have an appetite but didn't have the energy to eat. Yet I'd feel bad wasting the food Kasai had brought. I picked up my chopsticks just to humor him. Thought you were marked by Grandma. Is it okay for you to be here?
Oreo-san is busy with festival preparation meetings. She doesn't seem to have time to deal with you right now. Didn't you like croquettes?
They're good. Thanks. While I nibbled on the food, Kasai read through the magazines I bought. Have you... I'd never talked to Kasai about something like this before. Since I've always believed myself superior to him psychologically, I hesitated to show my weakness to him.
That kind of hardship's healthy for your age.
Hey, do you know about that?
Mion-san told me a little about it. She said she wanted me to assist you.
She did she?
She looked worried. Your sister's looking out for you.
Without responding, I threw the last croquette in my mouth.
I thought you might want to know how Satoshi Hojo-kun's doing. I've gathered some information. Would you like me to report?
That's not necessary. But since you went through all the trouble, I think I'd better listen. Kasai chuckled, but stopped quickly as if thinking it rude.
It seems that Teppei Hojo fled the premises. He seemed to be staying with an intimate lady friend in Okinomiya.
Teppei? Who's that? Oh, Satoshi-kun's uncle, huh?
Their aunt, Tamae Hojo, Satoshi, and Satoko are the only ones living in the house now. Ever since Tamae learned that Teppei had fled to another woman, she's been in a foul mood.
So that must mean that the aunt is being even nastier to Satoko, and Satoshi-kun's taking even more indirect blows.
I don't know about Satoshi-kun, but I heard that Satoko-san's in a bad state. The neighbors are spreading rumors about her.
If Satoko looks miserable, that means Satoshi-kun must be going through equally miserable torture. Can't you do something about that aunt? Doesn't anybody talk about punishing her? She's also one of the remaining Hojos, after all. The uncle is gone, so why not the aunt?
The main Sonozaki family ruled against further harassment towards the Hojo family after the death of the couple. They say the police might still be staking out their house due to suspicions about the couple's death.
Their deaths have been filed under Oyashiro-sama's curse, so the Sonozaki family thinks no further divine intervention is necessary? Kasai put on a faint smile. Come to think of it, it's hard not to suspect the involvement of the Sonozaki family in all the incidents said to be Oyashiro-sama's curse. Somebody strives to get rid of the hag's concerns, on the day of the Watanagashi festival. Furthermore, the Watanagashi festival is going to be held tomorrow. Will the curse strike again this year? If so, who will be the victim? Now that I think about it, there were cases of multiple victims in the past. The first and third year, it was just one, but the second year, the victims were a couple. So it would be too strange if two people fell victim this year. It seems like a good time. It'd be best for Satoko and her aunt to be the victims. Satoshi-kun will be freed from every source of his worries all at once. Kasai, do you know if this year's victim has been selected already? Does Grandma make the decision? If so, Sis should know about it by now. Kasai, do you know anything?
Shion-san, I don't know anything about that matter.
Well, that makes sense. That kind of secret won't make its way to you because you're just a small fry.
That's true. I've never received any information regarding that from my connections. But as you know, the Sonozaki family has access to many underground organizations, which I have no channels into.
Maybe I just started the narration as Kasai. No, we're not doing Kasai POV. Maybe I could try asking Sis about it, but she won't talk. She's strict about keeping promises, unlike me. If the hag told her to keep a secret, she'd take it to her grave. Damn. Hope Satoko and her aunt will go missing this year. Hey, Kasai. I just thought of that. Aren't you going to do something about it?
Shion-san, you must be joking.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I took a glimpse at Kasai. It didn't look like he was actually going to do something to make my wish come true. I wasn't able to go to the villages myself, so I definitely wasn't going to the festival, I didn't care about that. Even so, I was interested in who was going to end up as the victim of the curse. If I just kept lying on this couch playing hooky, somebody would fall victim in several hours. I had no clue why it had to happen every year, but I was certain that the hag was behind it. All the enemies from the Dan conflict had been punished. Only the Hojo couple was left, since most of the other enemies had already gone. The cicadas were crying loudly outside. It made me feel hot. Why was it this hot and humid in June? If Oyashiro-sama was actually punishing people, I'd pray for one thing. I'd pray that the evil aunt would be punished, and I'd offer up Satoko as a sacrifice. Huh. It's hot. When I woke up, Kasai had already gone. Looks like he cleaned the table in the surrounding room. He put my dirty laundry into the hamper in front of the washing machine, too. Being a girl of a sensitive age, I didn't want a man to clean my room. Well, I'd rather thank him than badmouth him. I looked at the clock. It was late afternoon. I had to go grocery shopping. There was nothing left in the fridge. And I'd be having just rice for dinner if I didn't go. At that moment, the phone rang. It must be Kasai, I thought. I did hope it was him. He could have brought more food, so then I wouldn't have to go shopping. Well, I was just being lazy. I didn't feel like going out at all. But it wasn't Kasai on the phone. Sis, where are you calling from? The house?
No. I'm calling from a payphone, so I'll make it quick. Satoshi called me.
Satoshi-kun did? He called you?
It probably wasn't me he wanted. He called you, I think. It sounded like he wanted to apologize for what happened the other day. So I thought you should take the call. I told him that I'd call back because I was busy. So, can you call this number?
Okay. I was stunned for a second, but then recovered and wrote down the number on the back of a magazine. Thanks. I'll call right away.
Good. He's been extremely stressed these days. I don't think he'll listen to me anymore, but I think he'll listen to you.
She could have pretended to be me and handled this call, but she passed it over to me. Thanks, Mion.
See you, Shion.
Before she hung up, I put the handset down. Then, after a second, I dialed the number in a flash. I heard the dial tone. 3 times, 4 times, and there he was.
Hojo resonance.
He sounded like an adult. His voice sounded a bit tired, too, but it was definitely the voice I loved. I got scared. I was scared that he might become sulky again if I mentioned my name. I couldn't open my mouth for a while. Is that you, Satoshi-kun?
Oh. Sorry that I called you so suddenly. Are you okay now?
That was the Satoshi-kun I knew. He didn't sound cold like the other day. Yes, I'm okay now.
Good.
After that, he went silent. I felt the urge to start a conversation. It wasn't fair. He was the one who called in the first place. Then, he finally spoke.
I'm truly sorry for what happened the other day.
I'm sorry too.
You don't have to apologize, because I was the one in the wrong.
If this were a face-to-face conversation, he'd be stroking my head. It was sad just talking to him over the phone.
I won't forgive those people who forced us into this situation. You might be close to them, but it was never you personally. So I wanted to apologize.
No, please don't apologize. I was selfish and didn't try to understand your situation very well. We apologized to each other a few times. Satoshi-kun, are you alright? You're working and you're under a lot of stress. Isn't that too much to handle?
I quit my job, since I have enough money now.
You did? That's good. You don't have to push yourself anymore then. That's really good. Satoshi-kun tried to say something, but he dropped it instead.
Satoko has it far worse than me.
Seems like it. Is she alright?
Does she look alright to you?
He suddenly sounded upset. I'd messed up. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was so stupid. I ruined this miraculous conversation with him. Satoshi-kun didn't respond to my apology, so I stopped apologizing.
She's been hurt so much it's clear to see. She's so torn up. And everybody abandoned her. Everybody did.
I tried to calm him down. I hated what I just said because of how hollow it sounded. I had no idea what to say next. I felt guilty. Satoshi-kun was desperate to protect Satoko from their evil aunt, but I'd wished that Satoko would die tomorrow because of the curse. I was trampling on his desperate hope.
Satoko can't take it anymore. So...
He cut himself off in the middle and went quiet for a moment. He must have been choosing his words carefully. Then he finally spoke. His words sounded hollow.
I mean... I want her to have fun for one night.
What do you mean?
The Watanagashi Festival is tomorrow, isn't it? I want you to take her there.
Yeah, I can do that, but why?
She's exhausted, so I think she'd be happy if she could get away from her aunt for even just one night.
But why?
Why?
It's not that I didn't understand why he wanted her taken to the festival. What I didn't understand is why he was asking me to do that. Was there any reason he couldn't take her there himself? I had a hunch that he might disappear, so I kept asking.
What do you mean? Why?
Why don't you take her yourself? He fell silent. Satoshi-kun isn't good at lying or keeping secrets. It was clear that he wanted to hide something.
I just have some stuff that I need to take care of with my work tomorrow. So I can't go to the festival.
He was lying, but he was also stubborn. He wouldn't admit it if I accused him.
Mion, can you take her there tomorrow?
I wouldn't want to look after Satoko, even at Satoshi-kun's request. But I'm also glad that he's relying on me.
I know it's ridiculous to ask for your help after that incident, but you're the only person I can turn to now.
I didn't know what to say. I did know, though, that I wasn't going to turn down his request. Okay. But just for tomorrow, alright?
I hope you'll keep looking after her.
What are you saying? I won't do that. Just for tomorrow. He sounded as if he was going to disappear tomorrow. I didn't like the sound of that, so I intentionally sounded sulky. We talked about trivial stuff for just a little while. When the conversation was almost over, Satoshi-kun asked something else.
Hey, Mion. I really hate asking this, since you might think I'm crazy for saying it, but...
What?
You... don't believe in it, right?
Believe in what?
Inoyashiro-sama's curse.
What are you talking about, Satoshi-kun?
Those who abandon the village and try to run away get cursed by Oyashiro-sama, right?
That's the rule. Every kid in the village knows that. That's the rule. What's with that suddenly? Are you planning to leave? Though I was kidding, I wanted him to deny it.
I'm not thinking about that anymore.
He admitted that he had thought of it. I guess Ren had told me that much. That's good. So you're not leaving the village?
No, but I haven't been forgiven yet.
Satoshi-kun tried to say something, but hesitated. Oh yeah, by the way, I just want to interject here. Remember chat back in Tatarigoroshi when Keiichi said something about like, oh yeah, you know, I heard that he got really tired of everything and he decided to run away, like he didn't want to be in town anymore. And Shion fucking death glares him and is like, where'd you hear that from? Where'd you get that from, genius? Who told you that? He was breathing so heavily. Was he sick? Hey, do you feel alright, Satoshi-kun?
Sorry. I'm fine.
I guess you're tired. I think you should get some rest. He sounded distinctly more sickly from when this conversation had started. He breathed heavily when punctuating his words. Satoshi-kun repeated his question.
Mion, I'll ask you one more time. Do you believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse?
What did he want me to say? Could I make him feel relieved with my answer? How should I respond? The answer was simple. There's no curse. There can't possibly be. I didn't know what was bothering him, but I wanted to make him feel better by laughing his worries away. But Satoshi-kun instead fell silent. Would my answer make him feel happy? Or maybe sad? I couldn't tell. One thing was certain. I didn't make him feel any better.
Sorry that I asked such a weird question.
Sorry. I felt like I let him down, so I apologized in a rush.
Whether it's a real curse or somebody's conspiracy, I won't disappear, and I won't fall victim to it.
You won't disappear.
No, not until I buy that teddy bear. I'll get that money pretty soon. I won't go anywhere until then.
He chuckled. I knew he was trying to relieve me, but it worked the opposite way. He sounded as though he didn't care what would happen after he bought the teddy bear.
Oh, my aunt is home. I gotta go.
Oh, okay.
Mion.
Even though he wanted to hang up the phone because of his aunt coming back, Satoshi-kun took a breath to tell me something important.
I'll leave Satoko to you.
I should have said yes right away, but I still couldn't forgive Satoko, so I just kept quiet.
Forget what I said. Bye.
Oh. He was obviously disappointed. What had I done? I wanted to apologize. I wished I could, but it was too late. The dial tone left no doubt, and that was depressing. A torn diary.
Somebody whispered to me from behind. They told me that I was going to be the victim of the curse this year, so I'm going to disappear soon. There will be nobody left to take care of Satoko. Somebody whispered to me from behind. They told me that I don't have much time, that I won't stay as myself for much longer. So I had to make the best of the days that I had left. What could I leave for Satoko? She wanted that huge teddy bear. She wanted a peaceful life in which nobody would bully her. I whispered to the person at my back, "Bestow your violent nature and formidable strength upon me. I want your peaceful mind, filled with hatred."
And I really hate to do this to you guys, but this is where we are going to be leaving off for tonight. But once again, stick around for theory time and art. You guys can get discussing your theory stuff while I get the art. So let's see. Sorry to just totally jump scare you with that, by the way. We got to it quicker than I thought we would, but that's how it is. Okay, let's see. Got that. Let's go to Tumblr. If it'll load, come on. Please? I beg you? Wow, it's really just not loading Tumblr for some reason. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Huh. Strange. Yeah, because no other site is having trouble loading for me at the moment. Weird. Let's see. Well, while it's doing that, I guess I'll just pull up stuff from the server and hopefully it'll get a hold of itself in a minute or two. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh man. Okay. Let's get that. Oh my god, that's gonna be really funny. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be something funny to get to for sure. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Got that. Got that. Wow, there's actually quite a bit in the Discord today. Is Tumblr being normal now? No. No, it's not. Oh, okay. Now it is? Question mark? Okay, now it is. Cool. Good. Jesus, took long enough. Okay, let's see. Get this. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Get this. Oh my god, okay. Let's see. Okay. I think that's everything from Tumblr now, too. Kitty with the 2 pounds shakes all the adults in this town aggressively. True. Okay. So let's scroll up and start reading some of what you guys have been saying. Okay, no theories from me until I go back and check all the interactions with Mio and Shion together and separately. I don't remember who said it, but yes, it seems Shion was the one on the ladder in Arc 2. Really need to know more. Very fair assumption to make at this point. Only theory I have is about Tomitake and the Sonozaki family old job. Okay. Circling Spyro, not a theory, but I genuinely love how much nuance this chapter has for Shion, even at her worst, for a character that got boiled down to nothing but a yandere for ages because of the anime. No, exactly, I fucking hate Mayakashi in the anime. The anime version of Mayakashi is so bad. It's so fucking bad. It's one of the worst parts of the anime. It's so fucking bad. It literally just, oh my god, it makes Shion such a fucking two-dimensional character and, like, just leaves out so much of what's going on with her in this, and it makes me mad! It makes me mad. Oh, boy. Anyway. I mean, like, the thing that I think is really interesting about it, too, is, like, you know, oh, people call her, like, a yandere or whatever. She literally admits in one of her own notes in this very stream that she's like, honestly, I didn't even care about Satoshi that much.
you know, there is a certain level of feelings and projection that she puts on him that, again, I can't get into everything about all of that right now, but like I'm sure several of you already kind of get the picture of like there is more to the way Shion feels about Satoshi than just like, I mean, she does have a crush on him, but it's more than just that. Arabaki gave me the $2. All my homies hate the Higu anime. It's so bad. So true. Anyway, let's get back to theories. Jadiriel, I have to scroll back up because it scrolled me back. Okay, there we go. I think Rika's mother's death was a Sudoku. After her husband's death, her paranoia over her own daughter could have overtaken her. Perhaps. Gona, I think Shion's hatred of Satoko is not just about Satoshi. Shion is so jealous of Satoko having someone on her side who loves and defends her. Shion thinks she's ungrateful. That is, I think, a fair assumption to make given some things, and once again, I cannot I cannot comment on my other thoughts on that until later. Atropos the $2. Marcy frothing at the mouth. Anime Mayakashi. Yeah. That's every time. Every fucking time. Every time. Literally the only good thing about the Mayakashi anime, and this is, like, to me, and this is putting it very, very generously, is that if you really like the VN, it's sometimes it's cool to see certain scenes animated, but that's about it. And even then, I would still say that they usually emphasize all of the wrong parts about it, so okay. Grifter's Bones. Something that I noticed when rewatching the first stream was the opening to it all is narrated in a voice I couldn't recognize. It sounded somewhat like Keiichi, but it just wasn't right. My theory, especially because of certain context, was definitely either Keiichi and I was just wrong, or it was Satoshi. After the stream, that was definitely Satoshi. The first stream? Because I mean, like, I feel like we're at a point where it's not, like, necessarily a spoiler to tell you this or anything. But no, that opening is definitely Keiichi. It's him, like, literally in the middle of killing Rena and Mion. Arabaki gave me the $2. I reiterate that arcs 1 through 6 are question arcs, LMAO. Yeah, for some reason they adapted 6 arcs into one anime season in the Higurashi anime, and then they just saved the last 2 for the Higurashi Kai anime, even though it's supposed to be split into halves, but yeah, that was also strange. Yo, I think this was only, like, the first episode of the anime. Yeah, I think, like, literally all of the content that you just saw in this stream was in one anime episode. Maybe 2. But I'm pretty sure it's 1. Nothing important to add. I'm just really sad. Yeah, I feel it. It scrolled me down again. ERA. In the first chapter, it's been told to us that Tomitake was scratching his neck, and if it wasn't a drug or anything like, it's probably that it was something you can find in the forest, or... in the second chapter, Mion told us the Sonozaki family used to cultivate silkworms. Now, I made some searches, and apparently silkworms can cause dermatitis, and if they are not taken care of well... and since the Sonozakis also had the cloth store, they could be spread to all of Hinamizawa village, and only in the humid and heat of June they woke up or something. That's just a theory. Tion's theory. That is a very interesting theory. I can't comment on it very much, obviously, like I can't with a lot of theories like this, but I like that you're getting creative with your thinking and you're remembering small details. Always a good thing. I had to recrop the thing I posted because that word isn't supposed to be there. Let me check it. Let me see. Oh, okay. I didn't even see it at the last second anyway, so. Good that you reminded me anyway. Let me get this over here. Okay. There we go for that. Oh man, this art corner is gonna last a minute, isn't it? When we get to that. Okay. Okay, let's see. For Halo Waters, I did really love the Kai anime when I watched it. I think it's like I still don't like it, quote unquote, but like I do think it is significantly better than the first season just by virtue of the fact that it does have a little bit more time to dedicate to its material. Although it does have a filler arc that is not in the VN in it because they had to reintroduce information from the VN that they left out of the first season that they shouldn't have. So they had to make an entirely original arc to just put that shit in there. Though it's actually not a bad filler arc, to be honest. I actually think it's one of the better parts of the anime simply because it was written for the anime, so it doesn't really suffer from the typical pacing problems that the anime has. It's actually, unironically, one of the parts of the Higurashi anime that I would encourage most people to watch. At the correct time, of course. How many episodes is Mayakashi in total? In the anime, I believe it's like 6? I think it's 6. I think it's 6 episodes. Or maybe it's 5. I can't remember. It's definitely more than 4, though. Fruit Dad Theory still canon so far, but don't really have much for theories right now beyond that. Fair enough. This stuff takes time. You have to craft it like a fine wine. As for theory stuff, I've been trying to think of how this might apply as an answer arc for Onikakushi, but there isn't much aside from Mion Shion stuff yet that I've seen. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily expect the order to be exactly one-to-one. Gona. Also, this chapter is great for my Mion Shion theory. Shion now has a motive to kill Oreo. Her relationship with Mion is falling apart, and she's starting to think the Sonozakis are behind the curse. Very fair point. Grifters, I'll wait until you're a little farther there. Crack theory of Rika is Keiichi's dad that makes Satoko his mom. They just switch who is on whose shoulders under the trench coat. During meals, moms and dad take frequent bathroom breaks, and he never sees them at the same time. But oddly, whenever dad goes to the bathroom, mom comes out, and vice versa. We actually do see them at the same time at the dinner table a couple of times, but I do think that is funny. Oh, I just remembered that Shion is supposed to be the younger sister, and considering the way she was treated and acted, yikes, almost like I suffered, so you should too. These kids make me sad. Again, you are hitting on stuff that I want to discuss further, but can't yet. But, yeah, it's... Yep. It's interesting. It sure is. They're clones. Okay, I'm going to start reading this one. Grifter's Bones. Something that's interesting, but not entirely reliable, but no one in this narrative truly is the Onigafuchi Guardians reviving some nationalist rhetoric to gather people together against... Oh, wait, what? Did it cut off? Against... I say unreliable solely because this is Shion's perspective, but I don't believe this is too inaccurate. I remember in early streams I talked about similarities between the group of the... And yeah, you haven't followed up yet. But, no, it is definitely interesting. Oh, I think it fucked up. Ah, damn it. YouTube being YouTube again, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I definitely get what you mean, though. It is... No, I think that was me. Oh, well. Just blame YouTube instead. YouTube is bad. I just forgot somehow. Eto bleh. But no, yeah. Anyway, all of that to say, I definitely see where you are coming from there, where it's like, on one hand, it's like, yeah, it is difficult to know how accurate it is, because it's like, it is just Shion's perspective, but also at the same time, it's like, it doesn't seem entirely out of character. And I think, especially, like, getting to your point, too, like, the things you were bringing up before, I think, definitely, like, hit on something there, which is very interesting. We need to stop blaming 9-year-olds and start blaming YouTube instead. That's true. Yeah. Shion's sitting in the middle of Mion's classroom, seething, fucking grabbing her desk full of rage, popping a fucking vein on her forehead. Everybody's like, what's wrong, Mion-san? And she turns and she's like, fucking YouTube! Why? Yep, that's me every day. Every day of my life. Gathering against the Dam Project is what I meant to say originally. Anyways, back to all that. Fair enough. Wild how Shion blames everyone but the adults. It's wild. Yeah. I mean, you know, like, again, yeah, I can't get into it. Like, I have to stop myself. I have to like grab my own hands and be like, no, I can't talk about it. But I agree. I think Shion is a very interesting character. The in-group of the village and the out-group is both fought against in the government's case and persecuted in the Hojo's case, which is characteristic both of the nationalism they revive. Oh, yeah. Very, very good point, actually. The whole, like, yeah. The idea of the convenient scapegoat. Kind of sad that Satoshi and Keiichi never meet. I feel like they could have been good friends with Keiichi, encouraging Satoshi to get out of his shell. I agree. Either that or, like, it could go one of two ways. They could either be really good friends and Keiichi would inspire Satoshi, or Satoshi would be like, oh my god, this guy is just too fucking much. I need him to shut up. I need him to shut up immediately. But I'm pretty sure they'd probably get along. Satoshi is a nice young man. I do find it very interesting to talking about, like we were talking earlier, obviously, about, the sort of like the nuance and how they're Ryukishi isn't afraid to write Shion as a main character who has like quite a bit of an ugliness to her, like personality wise, and like who has some like really horrible like thoughts about certain things. I like too that like Satoshi also isn't like like obviously his wanting to stick up for his sister is like very noble, and him wanting to like help out at his own expense is like very tragic and stuff like that. But I also like that he doesn't pull back on that depiction either, like that he shows that Satoshi is really struggling with it, that he is like finding himself annoyed with Satoko here and there, but he keeps it to himself, obviously, because he's being a mature older brother that looks out for his younger sister. He knows that it's not her fault. He knows, obviously, it's not going to help anything if he gets bitter toward her, but he still can't help, on the inside, feeling a little bit of bitterness at the fact that he feels like, a lot is being put on his shoulders that he shouldn't have to deal with. And like externalizing that resentment a little bit. It's very interesting. God, it's almost like Higurashi has something to say about the ways that children are traumatized and how they go on to essentially like mirror that that abuse and like those toxic tendencies into their relationships when they are treated like that by adults. Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy how that works. Grifters, as we talked about before, cults. With taking Oyashiro-sama more seriously, that paints a very interesting image of the village. I don't think there's an actual cult, no evidence of that yet, but things can change, we'll see. But this demeanor probably can be observed with the people who are in charge and in on it, if there is actually anyone who is in on it. Definitely. And I mean, like, that kind of goes to with the sort of like, the people who, quote unquote, run things or are aware of these things, and sort of the average, Joe Schmo villager that kind of keeps their head down and is like, I reckon there's gonna be a curse this year, and I'm just gonna shut up and do what I want, or like do what they want so that I don't, get on anybody's nerves, don't rock the boat, or else I might get disappeared. So it becomes a point of, like, to a certain extent, with the dam conflict, obviously the resistance against it becomes a point of sort of in village pride. You're a member of the community, you're going up against this unfair treatment that you're receiving, but also there is a little bit of a societal pressure to it. There is a little bit of a, like, if I don't remain sort of very rah-rah about this, if I did feel kind of like the Hojos did, where it's like, well, to be honest, I'm poor, I kind of need the money, relocating wouldn't be that bad of an option for me, then you obviously risk drawing the ire of the people around you, and it's complicated. It's very complicated, because obviously you understand why the people who live in the village, who have this whole history there that they care about, and they have family there, and they have their homes there and all that, like, obviously you would get why they wouldn't want to be run out of their homes, but also at the same time you can understand why people like the Hojos would be like, well, hey, it's not like we have much here, it's not like we are making our ends meet well anyway, it would be preferable for us in general just to live, rather than worry about like that kind of more, to them it's more of a superficial thing. It's a dilemma. I would suspect, depending on how much one is faithful to Oyashiro-sama, changes how much it feels like nationalism or blind faith. The two are tied together in many cases, although I'm biased. Definitely. Because like, you definitely get a different feeling from, say,
somebody like one of like the Guardians, right, who's like talks about sort of like the storied history of Hinamizawa and all that stuff, whereas Rena is somebody who is very you can tell that Rena has much more, especially in this stream in particular, with that scene with her and Shion Woo. You definitely get the feeling that Rena is a lot more attached to the spiritual side of it. She is a lot more invested in the idea of Oyashiro-sama as an entity with like actual legitimate like abilities and like the consequences that you face for stepping out of those sort of like religious bounds. So while there's definitely like an underpinning of the like the societal aspect behind it, the like the environment or whatever, for Rena especially, it's less to do with the people and more to do with like I wouldn't even call it like a relationship with God, but you know what I mean. It's very informed by much more of that sort of thing. Yeah, lot to say about Rena too, but I can't get into everything that I want to say about Rena right now either. Too many people that I want to talk about that I can't talk about quite yet. Satoshi is a lot more humanized here because he's pretty much talked about like he's this absolute saint in every way. Like most stories just have these characters suffer with nobility, but he feels resentful, which makes him human. Yeah, absolutely. It is really interesting too, looking back on the way people talked about Satoshi before this point. It definitely still sells that sort of it conveys that message very well of like everybody having these sort of inner sides to themselves that they don't show to everybody else. Even if everybody around Satoshi was like, oh man, he was just such a great kid and he was just, taking it all on the chin and he was doing all this really well and he never complained about it. Like on the inside, yeah, he did really, he did feel a way about that sort of stuff, but he didn't really trouble anybody with his own thoughts. He did tell Rena about it though, which goes to show you just how approachable and easy to talk to Rena is. I mean, even Shion comments on it that she's like, it's almost like she has a weird ability about herself to get people to open up to her. Yeah, we do love you, Rena. That's true. She was having a really normal one today, but we love her anyway. I was wrong last stream. Baby Mion is actually Mion. Shion hates Oreo, while Baby Mion seems to get along well with her grandma. The whole way the villagers is ruled is so messed up. Like, yes, Oreo is a competent leader, but she does have her personal bias, like with the Hojos. Yeah. Oh, Oreo Sonozaki. The things I can say about that woman. Rahela. If they were already struggling that much, the Hojos probably weren't getting that much support from the community in the first place. Yeah, probably not. Let's see. I'm definitely coming at this perspective because of background reasons, former of a religion with a history of American exceptionalism, so I'm a bit hesitant in case I'm seeing what I want to see in the narrative, but from how it is going, I don't think I'm super far from the connection between Hinamizawa's national pride and its faith. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's definitely fair. Yeah. I mean, obviously, these things are definitely not going to map entirely one-to-one, especially in the case of religion, because, religions in these context, or at least, this specific religion compared to American, like I think I know what you're getting at there, but yeah, like these belief systems are very different, even if they do have similarities. But yeah. I still think that, you know, you are making a fair point. Glad chat has grown to the point of loving Rena even when she's being weird. Exactly. We love her. We love her. Because the thing, like, honestly, the more I think you get to know about Rena, I feel like at least it's fair enough to say this at this point. I don't think I'm getting too far into spoilery territory by saying this. It is very obvious that Rena is a person that, like, does deeply struggle with, like, on some level with, like, some degree of, like, psychosis or something, or like something similar. But I do really like that the narrative is very, like, while blunt about that, it is also very, like, empathetic toward her about that. Like, she has some stuff going on, but it's never like, you know, it doesn't, like, leer at it, or, like, you know, act like, oh wow, what a fucking weirdo, or anything like that. It's very, like, frank, and that it's like, yeah, these are things that Rena deals with on a daily basis. There are things that are going to trip her up. There are going to be these subjects which get her sort of, like, going in a direction that some people may find, like, uncomfortable to deal with. It, like, makes social situations a little bit more difficult for her in those respects. But then you can also see these subtle ways in which, like, her friends are very, like, aware of that to an extent, where, like, Mion will steer around topics that she knows are going to make Rena upset. When she sees that something is making Rena upset, she's very, like, intentionally like, okay, let's move on now. We're not gonna do that. She's very, like, everybody seems to be very, like, considerate of Rena in that way. And I think that's really cool, that it's like, you know, it isn't made out to be this thing that, like, you know, people are, like, scared of her about this, or they're like, oh yeah, that's that weird creepy thing that Rena, it's just like, they know that that's just something that she deals with on a daily basis. That is just something that is a part of her life, and she doesn't deserve to be, like, you know, made out to be some kind of, like, freak for it or whatever. That's just, you know, that is just a natural part of her everyday. Sorry, not to ramble. Can you tell that I really like Rena and I care about her a lot? This is what happens when you get me on a stream and I don't have a script and I'm just speaking circularly, but, you know. Yeah, it's cool. I think it's very well done and well handled. And the more you learn about her, the more the narrative becomes, like, opens up to her and becomes more empathetic to her in that regard. And I think it's very interesting to compare that to earlier points of the narrative where we don't know Rena very well, and we're coming from the perspective of somebody like Keiichi, who is, like, insanely paranoid, and it's just like, oh my god, she's fucking acting weird, like, everything that she does is weird, I'm gonna talk to this cop about it now. You know what I mean? Like, he immediately forms this very negative impression of this thing, and then makes an assumption based on it, and it just makes everything, like, far fucking worse. Like, it just makes his entire relationship with her just, like, complete dog shit. And it's almost like, you know, if you understand people and you come at them from a place of not treating them like a weirdo freak monster, then they open up to you a little bit more. And immediately you can see that change in Arc 2 when he trusts her more instinctively and he, like, talks to her a lot more. She becomes, everybody was noting, like, wow, Rena seems a lot, you know, a lot happier in this one, and it's like, well, gee, I wonder why. Arahibaki game with the $2. No, don't stop, Queen. Keep yapping. Artists are yeah, fair enough. Keep going while I'm yelling about nothing.
Atropos the $2. Would you say without love? I could possibly venture to say that, yes. Perhaps. Perhaps that would be applicable. Or even in Arc 3 when he sees her have an episode but is assured by Mion's reaction. Yeah, absolutely, exactly. You're allowed to hyperfixate about your favorite characters on your own stream. I know. But listen, I get a little self-conscious about the fact that sometimes when I talk about things off the cuff, I'm like, oh, you already said that. You're just repeating yourself. Well, it is a stream of a Ryukishi game, though, so I guess it's only fitting that I repeat myself. That was mean. I'm joking. That was a joke. I love you, Ryukishi. I love you, man. I hope Silent Hill F is good so that I can shout to all of the normies about how goated you are. Ren is very interesting in a way I appreciate. I like the characters are sympathetic, but not purely woobified or villainized. They can be messy and still likable. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, it's almost like they're like real people that have like multitudes. And like, you know, different sides of them and stuff. That's one thing that I've always really liked about Ryukishi's characters in that way. He's definitely not afraid to explore the like different sides of a character, even in the ways that would make you kind of like think, oh wow, that's kind of horrible, like that's really shitty of you, because I mean, you know, that's just how people are. I mean, I'm sure that all of us have had like thoughts and feelings that we have not spoken aloud that we think to ourselves later, like, or like even in the moment, like, wow, that's really shitty of me to think that way, that's really selfish of me or self-centered of me to think of something that way. But you just, you know, sometimes you can't help it, like that's your knee-jerk reaction to something, and it's, you know, it's not always going to be representative of your real feelings or like, you know, what you actually think is true or whatever. But you know, oh, if only everybody's inner thoughts were always broadcast constantly. That's what I really like about Ryukishi's like inner monologue stuff. It's very good. I'll have you know, Ryukishi has never repeated himself in his life. That's true. Yeah, he's never done that. Okay, I think that we have probably exhausted this theory talk for long enough, so I'm gonna go ahead and take the map hat pose off the screen, and now we are going to get to art. Yay! Starting off with this art from Chiyoko, as usual. Managed to finish the other OC that was published for the Higurashi stream. Here's Vera. Vera, the Witch of Identity and Introspection, belonging to Zeep Leap. And this is on Blue Sky at Chiyoko Arts, bluesky.social. Very, very pretty. Hold on. Actually, I'm going to like try to resize this a little bit because this is kind of stretched. Let me just... Okay, hold on. Let me just... do like that, and then just drag this to the middle a little bit. Sorry, you're gonna have to deal with like a little bit of bordering there, but I don't want it to be as... What? It's still a little squished, actually. Just, again, yeah, sorry to deal with a little bit of bordering there, but I don't want it to be squished. But anywho, yeah, very, very good. As usual, obviously. Very good coloring. The dress pattern is really, really good. The little... I forget what you call it. It's like a brooch, right? But, yeah. Has a very nice, regal, dignified look to it. I really liked this design when it was submitted initially, so seeing you continue the trend of drawing everybody's fun Umineko sees is great to see as usual. And speaking of your great art as well, we also have ow. Finally, we get to learn about Shion and Satoshi's first meeting and their relationship prior to the main events of Higurashi. If only so many bad things didn't happen. Yeah, that's a way to put it. Yep, it sure hurts. This is very, very good, though. This is very tender. You hate to see it. You wish that they could just be happy. You really do. You wish that all of these kids could be happy. You have to imagine a world in which that they're happy. You have to. Me when they cry. Me when I cry. What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah, this is really good. This is really pretty. Moving on to Tumblr, we have this from Schrodinger's Catgirl. That's Schrodinger's dash Catgirl on Tumblr. Mercy starting Mayakashi, take this awful MS Paint doodle. I have yet to meet Satoshi, but I know of him. Excited to learn about him. Yay! Yay. This is cute. You do a much better job doing MS Paint. Well, I assume, yeah, because oh my god, MS Paint. It's so hard. It's always really impressive when people can do good art with MS Paint, because I'm just like, I try to imagine using it with my tablet, and I'm just like, no, I don't think I don't want to do that. God, I forget what you call it. What is it, like when you're using a tablet pen on like Photoshop or something and you have that little bit of like delay, you know, like it has the tiny bit of like manual delay that you can do, so it's not just like the line is immediately drawn on the exact spot. Smoothing, yes, smoothing. The lack of that in MS Paint is difficult for me. It's very difficult for me. I can't go back to it. Yara stabilization. Yeah. It's, yeah. I've just gotten too dependent on it because my clumsy little hands. So yeah, this is very good. Very cute. Next, we have this from Dingo's Trash. It's time for answers. I just had to catch a cold this week, so my energy levels are in the dumps, but I managed to draw a little Shion to celebrate. And of course, our new friend. No, he's so Hank. I mean Satoshi. Our new friend Satoshi.
Howdy, I'm Satoshi. Want to come over to my house for Hinamizawa dinner?
It's so good. Oh my god, I forgot about Connecticut Clark. This is really, really good. Oh my god. It's so fucking funny. This is really good, Dingo. I don't know, like, you know, low energy or not, I think you pumped out some bangers this week, regardless. This is a really good Shion as well. I love the pose. Very cute. Yeah, I love this. I can't stop looking at him, little guy. I need to see the like, you know, the Connecticut Clark, like, with his like emo anime wife, like, wedding picture, but like that with Shion and Satoshi, but with like this Satoshi. I think that would be great. Do you have your own self insert for Higurashi? I mean, I guess not really, unless you just count this like Rena outfit art that I have for the art on the layout, but I don't really think so. Yeah. There's this stabilizer that works in all sorts of art programs called Lazy Nezumi Pro, and it's a lifesaver for Art, Clip Studio, Microsoft Paint, Photoshop. It can hook to anything. A very funny name. moving on to, this from the Dash Grand Dash Arcana, which Grifter, yeah. My Twister Mind, see my beautiful conspiracy board. I was not joking about having a Pepe Silvio moment. Only done the first stream so far. I have like 10 pages of individual character notes. In other news, I can apparently convinced my mother to redo Mineko. World is a fuck. Good job. Continuing the process. Very, very fun here. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing that thing filled up. Which should happen before too long now. Especially as things start to get a little filled in more so as we continue on in the next couple of weeks. Very, very fun indeed. Moving on to Discord now. We have this from Caro. Reposting for today's stream. A meme based on... I have to... Yeah. Peanut kicks his comment about Satoko being that Madoka meme. What better chapter to put this on other than Mayakashi wanted to keep the OG designs because Mion Gun.
I only wish for people to be happy.
Christ, you are extremely fucking selfish. Die. I am 11 years old. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Not even a little bit inaccurate. Also, my mother is loving Mineko. She's on the 5th arc. She reads so fast. She did it in 2 weeks. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's fucking insane. My mom read all of it too, but it took her like a year. And we read it together. That's insane. But yeah, this is really good. This is very, very well done. Next, we have this from Dav. Have to sleep early because I'm running a race tomorrow. Ooh, good luck. So I have this Shion I drew in like 30 seconds on an Apple Store iPad. just leaving her there for them to see. People walking by like, who is this mischievous creature? It's like when I went into a Best Buy when I went back home on a trip during the holidays. Was it during the holidays? Yes. Yeah. It was during the holidays. And yeah, I went into a Best Buy and on one of their display laptops, I just pulled up a no commentary long play of Umineko and just left it up. So, yeah, doing the good thing of spreading the good word. Good job, Dev. This is from Decipher in the Discord server. Finished Rika last week, so this will be my last stream-related art for a while. Aw. Too bad, but this is... What a heck of a note to go out on, though, because this is fucking fantastic. This looks really, really good. The colors, the village overview, very well done. Just, yeah, this is excellent. Mwah. Chef's kiss. You did a very, very good job with this. And I am very, very impressed. Okay, so this one's a bit unusual. Where Nipalovania from Seditious. Here it is, the most necessary Megalovania variant of all time. Riek Frude from Higurashi When They Cry. I mean, if she's been hiding that she's Keiichi's dad this whole time, plus what is seen at the end of the question arcs, what else could she be hiding? Obviously, she's been Sans Undertale all along, and we just had no idea. Important to note, I have not finished Higurashi yet. Following along with NezumiVA streams exclusively, definitely recommend, but would prefer not to get random spoiler comments unless they are blatant lies about what's going to happen. Important to note, everything, and I mean everything within this, was at some point a recognizable part of the Higurashi and Umineko OSTs, but because all the ones even slightly related to her character are either 3/4 or 6/8, I didn't have sheet music available. They've been mangled and reformed into what it is now. A few tracks that are, for a fact, included within this, if you squint your ears really hard, are Demonic Institute, Fascism, especially the bass line, where the main motif comes from. No clue where this plays, might just be the anime intro, and Dear You. At one point, World and Dominator had a portion, but I think was entirely replaced with Dear You. Not entirely sure, didn't label it.
instrumentation isn't using the Undertale sound fonts, because trying to get them to sound good in MuseCore is absurd. Trying to find them, not just the iconic ones, is incredibly difficult to do, and I hate drums, so I would have had to use different instruments for the percussion line anyway. Now that this is done, hopefully it can go back to being productive and doing important things. Not gonna happen. Alright, well, let's listen to it then, together. Okay. Alright. Oh, it's building. Ooh. Okay. I like the build a lot. Ooh. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. These melodies are brought together really well, actually. Just like sitting here bobbing my head. Ooh. Oh. I'm gonna assume that this loops, by the way, Seditious? Or is it different in the second half? Okay, it looped. Yeah. But no, that was really good. You did a very good job. I'm honestly really impressed at how well that actually all flowed together, to be honest. Yeah, I can't even imagine like trying to trying to stitch all of that together, but you actually made it work very well. Yeah, that you did a fantastic job on that. I'm definitely probably going to listen to this again later. Thank you for submitting this. This was excellent. Okay, now we've got this from Rahela, some doodles I made and inked during stream, an Ippy Satoshi, Best Girl Rena, and a smitten Chion with Mion giving her the bombastic side-eye. Yeah, well, probably plenty of reasons to get that side-eye after today. But this is cute. I quite like Mr. Sleepy Satoshi over here because I feel him on a spiritual level. This is me every day of my fucking life, bro. And also from Rahela, speaking of Satoshi, we have another quick sketch/ink I made in a few minutes, the first of several I plan to make that will be based on illustrations for the seminal classic, Mincing Mockingbird's Guide to Troubled Birds, Troubled Satoshi.
This jackassery will not stand.
Again, also felt.
we've got this from Gloomy. Tosses this art in like a grenade. The CG. Ah! Very well done, though. Really like the lighting. Managed to pull that off really well. Very, very good. Also, the moon. You guys see the moon last night? Crazy as shit, right? I was drunk as hell when I was seeing that, so I didn't really get to enjoy it as much as I wanted to, but it was still pretty cool. Also from Gloomy. This was fun to draw. Glad I could actually make stream today. Yay. Missed Mercy's voice acting. Some previous stuff I've been working on. Had to crap rah rah rah. Ooh. The models. The 3D models. These are coming together very well. These look great. Yeah. You're doing a great job on these so far. I think these look very impressive. Next up, we have these from Atropos in the server. If we're doing previews of Umineko OCs, Jamie and Brexa whips. Very, very cool. Very well done. Yeah, and I don't think we have anything else. Marcy VTuber someday? Yeah, you know, maybe. Perhaps, I don't know. I don't really know enough about how people do them or set them up, to be completely honest with you. I haven't looked super hard into it, but, you know, maybe. That might be fun. If I, you know, have the money for it sometime, that'd be cool. But, yeah. Anyway, as always, everybody submitted very good artwork. Just gonna slide right on through all of them again. Yay. Okay. Well, oh, you did some art in the Discord too yesterday? Oh, let me, go look then. I think I put in art, my bad. Let me see. Do I see? Am I blind? I don't know. Oh, is it the one with Shiona, Mion, and Keiichi? Okay, yeah. The face. I don't know why the expression is taking me out so... Mion's expression in particular is taking me out so much. Yeah, well, we'll get to that. We'll loop back around to you, mister. Pointing at Keiichi. Shoving my pointing finger in his face. Alright. We've had a good time here. Alright. Yeah. Thank you once again, as always, for watching, everybody. It's gonna be a heck of an arc ahead, so stick around, because you're definitely not gonna want to miss the twists and turns that we will go through on this journey. But until next week, everybody, I will see you later, and keep an eye out for next Tuesday stream as well, because we're gonna do something very special. We're gonna be reading something again together that we haven't read together in quite a long time. Perhaps even something comparably long in nature to these visual novels that we've been reading. But I hold my tongue. So until then, I'll see you all later. Bye, everyone!
No, it's not fate.